Hello. Hopefully this is streaming. Alright, let me know. Yeah, sorry about the thumbnail. It was a bit last minute. I couldn't I was planning on doing a stream, but I forgot what it really meant to be planning. Like I just said I was going to do one. I forgot that I actually had to do stuff like make thumbnails. So I apologise for the lack of hideous thumbnail. I'll try and do a proper one for the next one. Alright, just sharing links on Twitter. Also, very exciting. First link in the description. You can get yourself a Send Nodes hoodie. They do 5XL. Like, it's so wide. I can't believe it. I've never seen 5XL before because we only go up to like 2XL in the UK. So it was great. It's great. It's just so cozy. It's like stuff to wear around the house. I could fit 3 of me quite comfortably inside here. It's great. So yeah, Send Nodes. And actually the colour is really nice. Like it matches the geometry nodes green. So there we go. It's a 2-person shirt, at least 2-person. Although the pocket is strangely small. Like I've got big hands because I'm a tall person. And my hands are like, oh, it's hard to get my hands into the pocket. But still comfy, still comfy. Even though you're puny. I think it's funny because you don't know, obviously like when you meet people in real life, the first thing you know is what they look like and how tall they are. And then when you know people online, you don't know how big they are at all. And especially with a lot of people, a lot of YouTubers having their cameras in different locations, like I have my camera above me. So I think people probably think I'm not that tall. I'm not that tall. I'm like 6'2", but it's tall. It's like average tall. All right. Cool. All the connection looks like it's good. Got people turning up. Yeah, Send Nodes. It's good actually because you can send it to your Houdini artist friends as well. So. You're 5'10". 5'10's not short. I think people like I think it's Curtis. I'm not sure how tall Kurt is, but he's not super tall. He's a little guy. Guy's in 5'11". 5'11" is tall. I'm using the standing desk at the moment. Yeah, I've been sat down earlier. I had a stream for my Sverchok course earlier, so I sat for that. And yeah. Oswin, 6'4". Damn. That is tall. Oh, how much is that in metric? I'm 188 centimeters. Is that right? I think that's right. 188. Yeah, it's about that. Hey everybody. All right. Yeah, different people from different countries at different heights. Love from Japan. Oh, love from the UK. Japan is one of my favorite. I haven't actually been to Japan, but the amount of I've spent like a disproportionate amount of time in Street View in Japan because I always used to paint Japanese buildings. That's just because it's such a different culture, right? Like, and especially the approach to buildings. Whereas in the UK, we have a lot of really old buildings. I would consider the building I'm in now to be very recent because it was built in the 1950s. The houses that we've had before have been like, I don't know, 17, 18, 1900s. I think we were in one that was like 1750s for a while. But if you're in Japan, then, you know, a lot of the architecture is built to because of like earthquakes, right? So it's very different like approach to architectural conservation and things. So that's, I don't know, I just find it really interesting. And then obviously all the new builds and the size, the expectation of like living, like the space is very different from the UK. So I find it really interesting, and it's such a beautiful country. So yeah, Japan, it's like one of my favourite, and the places I really want to go. But yeah, I must have spent like literally hundreds of hours street viewing and map crunching. If you don't know what map crunch is, I know, because this is something that 2D artists use all the time. Map crunch. Tadao Ando and Shigeru-ban. Yeah, Tadao is great because he does a lot of... He actually did one in Manchester, which is where I went to uni. Map crunch gives you random street view, right? So if you're interested in urban sketching or just sketching in general, or if you just want to like find some interesting stuff in the country, I'm just going to go back to Japan, which is what I always do. It will literally just drop you down in a random street view location. My internet's being a bit chuggy because of the stream, but yeah, you can just go anywhere, have a little explore. But that's going to be trashing my internet. Oh, I think my internet's back. Tadao Ando's office in Osaka, really? That's awesome. Do you study? Sorry, I can't read your kanji. Are you an architecture student if they work in Tadeo's office? I didn't realise that Tadao Ando was yeah, I think the stream's back. I think he's self-taught, isn't he? Which is just really cool. So alright, let's jump into main monitor. Bring up the face cam, there we go. Hey, hello from Russia. Cool. Right, first thing we're going to do today is the Louvre roof, Abu Dhabi, because it's easy and it gives a good like... It's just a really good workflow for kind of showing that geometry nodes can actually do some things now. So yeah, that's what we're going to start with. A lot of architecture students have started looking for Blender as an alternative to Grasshopper. Yeah, and I have a course on Sverchok, which is the parallel for Grasshopper in Blender. So if you're interested, curious integer, the stream is a little blurry. Maybe check the stream quality. I think when I was on Map Crunch, it like dropped off my internet, but it seems like we're doing better. All right. Wait, Riaz, it's literally close to your house. What, the Louvre Abu Dhabi? No, are you serious? That's nuts. I mean, it makes sense that it's got to be close to someone's house. Louvre Abu Dhabi? It's this crazy roof, right, that everybody always looks at and they're like, wow, that's so cool. It's actually really simple. But it's a very interesting... I'm trying to find a good picture of it here. Yeah, it's basically octagons and triangles and squares. We can't do a perfect version of it because there's no way in geometry nodes to do like clipped vertices, but we can get pretty close. Have I always had a giant cursor? Yes, I have always had a giant cursor. It makes it easier for people who follow videos on my on mobile devices to watch. So, and there's a surprising number of people who watch on mobile. This week I've been building a new computer, or no, I've been updating my current computer to give it a 3080, and I found that actually viewport performance is worse if you have two GPUs because of how it like schedules pixels. Whereas like rendering, it's good to have two, right? Because you just have more compute cores. But in the viewport, if you have both enabled, it's like half the speed. So if you have two GPUs, just have one enabled while you're in the viewport. I'm not going to render today, so this is fine. We'll just do viewport stuff. Okay, let's make just an object. I'll start with a plane. Just going to save in here. Just to make sure that we have the files to share later. And if we crash as well. Interested to compare making the Louvre in geometry nodes and Sverchok. It's not a super different process. We don't have a tessellate node, which means it's not going to be the perfect fin, like an accurate fin. What we're going to be doing is just doing like the general shape. It'll look right from a distance. Gradation? Luster? What is a good first PC setup for Blender? You're using a MacBook and you're to the point where you need something better. That's difficult to suggest an explicit one. I mean, it really depends what you're running up against. Like, are you running up against CPU bottlenecks or GPU bottlenecks? I'm assuming probably GPU. You could do with a GPU. And CPU, if you're doing like a lot of processing like geometry nodes or simulations, are going to want more RAM. It really depends, yeah, what you want to do. And Riaz, the tessellate node was in a specific branch. I don't believe it's in master yet. No, it's not. No. CPU bottlenecks. All right, so I would recommend a Ryzen chip just because we have 20, like we have a lot more cores for the Ryzen CPUs than the Intel ones. Intel has a faster single-threaded clock speed, but Blender wants more cores, basically. So I would recommend Ryzen. I would recommend an RTX graphics card. I would not recommend an AMD graphics card if you can avoid it, just because of drivers. And I would recommend at least 16 gig of RAM, ideally 32 if you can, unless you want to do more simulation, in which case 128, 256 gig of RAM is about what you're probably going to want, just because sims take up a lot of RAM. Raghav, is there an extrude node? There is. We're going to be using it today. Extrude mesh. Oh yeah, the Apple M1s. They seem really good. I mean, I'm probably going to be looking at Apple M1s, or hopefully not M1s, right? Like M, whatever it is, in like 5 or 6 years when I kind of finish with this PC. I'm hoping not to do any more upgrades with it, and actually like when we get to end of life with this PC, I'm hoping to move to mobile or like laptops and things. Raghav, that's not in 3.0. No, generally my streams are daily builds, just because I'm 21. Just because I like to have the latest things. Although apparently we're using 3.1 beta instead of 3.2 alpha. But hey, that's just what Steam gave me. You bought the plugin, but you haven't had a chance to get a deep dive. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. And also Node++. Let me drop a link for that. Node++. That is not something I can search. Riaz, can you just send me a link for your Node++? Can't find a link for it. Yeah, the new splash screen looks so good. Where's Discord? Here we go. It should be somewhere. Also, we should drop it in the products page of the Discord. Yeah, I don't think you sent me a link for it before. But yeah, we'll like announce it tomorrow or something. Thank you. Just because I don't like taking too many announcements every day. Get this. There we go, I'll drop it in the chat as well. So this is like an extra 75 node groups on top of my 110-ish. So you've got a lot to play with, a lot of really cool things which are not in mine. So we've basically, me and Riaz have gone in kind of different directions with the nodes. He's got this cool stuff. And this is Carl Noise. Yeah, very cool. Definitely recommend. Okay. I'm going to be just generally working with the default nodes today, I think. I might try some of the Node++ ones because I haven't actually had a chance to look at them yet properly. So we might grab a copy of that and have a look through a bit later. Your girlfriend is going to be pissed. Just Blender, maybe just get her into Blender. This problem solved. Alright. So let's start out. How often do you plan to make these streams? Well, the goal was every Saturday, but it's the middle of winter and I have terrible mental health, so I've had to have like a little bit of a break to avoid completely burning out because I still have to do professional, like I still have responsibilities, so certain things took a little bit of a back burner, which was basically YouTube. So yeah, ideally every week, every Saturday afternoon, and then I will be doing these. It'll be easier for me in summer anyway. What's the stopwatch kind of icon above the group node? So any geometry nodes in 3.1 or higher, you want to grab your node editor overlays, timings. Just turns on your node timings, compute times. Precard. Node++ is just another node group add-on. Alright, I'm going to start with a mesh primitive. We're going to be adding a UV sphere. We're doing our Abu Dhabi Louvre roof. And how did the kitchen move turn out? We're still kind of camping out a little bit. We have the kitchen moved and things are plumbed in, right? Like the oven and the sink and everything. But it's not like the final kitchen. We were basically just doing it to work out the layout that we wanted. And then, yeah. And then we can actually buy the cabinets once we know exactly what we need and what we need to redo to the room. Because there's a lot of stuff that the room needs, like it needs a new ceiling, it needs a new floor, it needs new walls, basically everything. Every surface needs replacing. So yeah, a little bit of stuff to do. Okay, I'm just taking UV sphere, we're going to flip it onto its side here. I'm going to turn on wireframe so that we can actually see what's going on. Get rid of the spreadsheet. If there's any developers in the chat, please can we have loops? We just want loops. That's all we need. Alright, I'm going to set up my resolution up here as well, so I'm just going to use a couple of integer nodes here. Something like this. There we go, multiply by 2. So I'm making sure that I have double the segments as the rings, just so that we have an approximately square layout here. And here we go. So this is kind of where we're starting. First thing that we want to do is we want to inset all of these what we want to do is we want to poke faces And you can actually do that already. So there's no poke faces node, but you can very easily make one. We are going to take an extrude mesh. This is going to basically allow us to extrude individual faces, right? Although apparently not in a negative direction. Oh yeah, it's just a soft limit. It's kind of weird that there's a limiter tool on there, but there we go. So we're going to extrude, but we're not going to move them. So they're exactly where they are. Then we're going to take a scale elements node, which allows us to scale different parts of the mesh around its own origin, right? So it's like to select the average. So like if you're scaling a face, like if you well, let me just show you. Right? So if you have this and I extrude it up like this, and then if I scale this element, it scales to its own origin. It's not scaling to the object origin. Jamal, am I moving? No, we're just we are like a DIY obsessed family. So we just like changing rooms. So yeah, now we can do a scale elements. We want to pick the top face, which is like if you do an extrusion, you have a plane like this and you extrude it up. You can kind of see where we're going. We have side faces and we have a top face. So scale our top face down to 0. You can kind of see what's going on here. Scale to 0. Then we want to merge doubles. Finally have this node as well, so merge by distance in the geometry section. And I'm going to make sure that we don't do anything crazy at the poles, because you can see that this is going to be potentially causing issues if this is too high. So I'll just go down to a centimeter. Maybe that's a millimeter. Still fine because we're scaling to 0. So there we go. All right. So now we have our poked faces. These in the frame. There we go. Now then. Yeah, hopefully we'll get an actual poke faces node. But until then, this is one way we can do it. All hail merge by distance, yeah. Literally. It's so useful. And it means that we don't have to leave. Like, it means that you can now UV map, which is amazing. So yeah, there's a world now. As of a few days ago, it's only just been added. Okay, so this is where we're going to slightly deviate, right? Because the actual Abu Dhabi roof has squares. Each square has a triangle on it. Oh, where am I going? This way. And then 4 of these, basically, I'm drawing this really badly, I'm sorry, but basically creates an octagon. What we're going to be doing is we're just going to be doing an octagon with a square in each corner rather than it being like triangles. It's just because we don't have clip vertices. We could do it in Sverchok, but we're trying to do this in geometry nodes, so we're going to keep purely to geometry nodes. Grab a mesh, dual mesh, drop it on. Pretty. There we go. So you can see that this is kind of okay. What happens if we dual mesh again? Oh no, not very useful. What happens if we subdivide and then dual mesh? Oh, I mean, that's pretty cool, but it's still not really what we want. I wish there was an unsubdivide. We don't have that, do we? No. Louvre roof tiling node. Alright, we're just going to keep it like this. That's fine. And then the next step is going to be basically, I'm just going to copy these poke faces nodes for us, right? So rev it up into here. And okay, so it's gone kind of crazy, but this is because we don't actually want to scale these ones to 0, and we don't want to have the merge by distance because we're not scaling to 0. What we want to do is just bring these in a little bit. However, we are scaling. This is not an inset operation. This is just scaling faces. When we do an inset, what about decimate? There's no decimate node. And I refuse to use other modifiers because that's legacy workflow and I'm I'm trying to find ways to avoid that. We can combine geometry nodes in Sverchok, absolutely. Although at the moment, all of the things that we're missing are in Sverchok. So it's like you'd end up doing the whole thing in Sverchok. But yeah, so when we get an inset, we won't have to do what we're about to do, which is kind of a janky process. But yeah, basically we need to find a way to pick which ones of these faces are big, which ones are little, and then change the scaling on each of them so that we have a essentially inset from the distance from the edge, based on the face area. I want to get this as light as possible, so I'm going to be using instances, and we need more shells. Okay, so right now we only have one sphere. We need 6. And then, yeah, I wonder if we can do the scaffolding. Probably could do scaffolding, but I think I will try something else. So we'll just make the shells for this because that's kind of the main attraction. I would like to remove as much as I can, so I want to get rid of basically everything which is below a certain level. And we're just going to work on that top section, and yeah, that'll just keep our topology nice and light. And for this, because there's no bisect, we're going to be using a Boolean. So let's do this as early as possible. I'm just going to take a mesh primitive grid and a mesh Boolean. Hey Noah, how's it going? Can Sverchok be stacked like a procedural modifier? It's not in the modifier stack, and it will mean that you need multiple objects to like. So geometry nodes can work after Sverchok on an object that Sverchok makes, and then Sverchok can import that object, and it will output another object. So it won't actually modify a single object. Alright, if I do this, is that right? And if I make this bigger, I have a radius of 100 meters, so I'm just going to set this to 220, just so it's bigger. There we go, that's looking pretty good. Don't need all of these. And I need to move this up as well, so we're just going to grab another transform node. And we're going to pull this up nice and high. Maybe to around here, maybe a bit lower. Let's go with like 85 or something. Right, so we're getting rid of most of it. We have all of these ugly faces on the bottom, so let's go ahead and delete those because we definitely don't want that. But I'm doing this as early as possible, right? Because I could make all of my different circles and then Boolean them. But that's going to be a lot more geometry. So I'm going to do this as early as possible. It's like Kraken in KSP. Boolean is just a vile node. As soon as we get bisect was in development for ages. But it never made it in. We'll get it at some point. Just having patience. I reckon geometry nodes in like 2 or 3 years is going to be so good. And it's actually going to make sense without all of the essentially hacks that we do now. I'm going to be, let me just check face orientation. So for me, I have my theme set so that you only get the back faces showing. Normally for you, if you set on orientation, hey Sebastian, I'm using the daily builds. You'll want 3.1 alpha or beta from the last few days. Hey Tiny Nick. Yeah. So you can change the theme settings basically to make sure that you only have the back faces showing, because then you're like only going to be showing the errors, which is more useful than having everything go blue all the time. Delete geometry, deleting faces, and I want to delete faces which point down, so I'm just going to use my mask selection normals inside -1 in the Z, and we can have a deviation of 0.5. So it's basically everything which is below everything which is in this angle, right? Everything in that, or that, is going to be purged. Everything which is above, that kind of like upward facing. Is there anything like trim or split? There is not. This is how we can do this though. Alright, so we have our circle. Though everything like this is happening afterwards anyway, but we just need to, we've kind of defined how this is going to work, but to go to the next stage of making sure that we have these inset the right amount on both sides, we need to do a little bit of the earlier stuff, because we're going to be working on instance domain rather than point domain. Everything's going to be instanced. Hey, Jadav, new to the Blender, what would you recommend for a beginner? Oh, for a beginner in geometry nodes. I've got some 101 videos which just give you like a bit of a kick start to understanding how they function. I'd recommend that you just come up with something to make. I think this is the same for anything. A lot of people message me asking for books to read, like what book should I read to learn this whole skill, and it's like, I don't know, I don't read books, I'm sorry. It's something that I probably ought to do, but if they're not, I read picture books, like architecture books and coffee table books and things, where it's like, oh, I can read like 2 sentences and then look at a picture. Whereas, yeah, if it's like a textbook, I'm not gonna go there. And you can learn everything that you need by doing the thing that you want to learn, because you will just learn what you need by doing the thing that you want to do. So just get making. All right. Now, I need a few different shells. Right, let's just bring our viewport back here. So to get my decent spacing, I basically need 3 outer shells and then 3 inner shells. To get this good spacing, I'm just going to make 7 shells and delete the middle one. So nice and easy. Let's just get rid of that for a moment. This is going to be instance on points. This is going to be our instance. We need a line, mesh line. Here we go. Distance offset of 0, and I need 7 of them. So 7 points on a set position. Also do procedural shader tutorials to learn extra nodes and fundamentals. Agreed. Get making. It's the way to learn. Alright, I need these to be slightly different sizes, so we're going to basically do this off the index. At the moment that's going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can see we have huge offsets, and I don't want them to be that big, so we're going to map range this. It's going to be just 0 to 6 because it's an indexed list, right? Starting at 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a total of 7. Start at 1, and maybe we can actually bring this in a little bit. Something like that, 0.97. That seems pretty adequate. Maybe 0.98. Would you ever explore geometry nodes with Blender BIM? Nope, because Blender BIM requires you to use IFC and save your files as IFC, and everything gets like built into this IFC thing. And if you're not super familiar with IFC, it's an industry foundation classes which are used in building information modeling, which is BIM, and they basically allow you to do a bunch of basically buildings based on information, and it makes it super like interchangeable and rigorous and accurate, and you're never like stuck for what information means, because it's a specific thing. It's very specific. How did I array? I've instanced it on a mesh line and I've changed the scale. Yeah, so Blender BIM is amazing because Blender BIM allows you to do so much more with the drawings and everything if you're using BIM, right? And it's completely lossless system that he's made, which is amazing, because even if you're using Revit, you lose data in your BIM files, in your IFC files. And yeah, somehow he's made Blender BIM completely like no lost data, partial file saving, super useful and amazing if you're doing big projects. Considering that all of my stuff is basically for trying to teach people Blender from more of an art point of view, and you know, design as well, although you're not going to touch IFC at university until like part 2. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's a very useful tool, and I think more people should be aware of it, but I don't think it's like applicable for most of us. Yeah. All right. One thing about the Abu Dhabi Louvre is the outer shells are quite coarse, and then we have a slightly higher resolution, and then we have a slightly lower resolution. Be honest, how many days have you been wearing that hoodie? Maybe, actually, do you know, I wasn't wearing it yesterday, but I was wearing it for like the 3 days before. It's so good. Send nodes? Wait, where am I? And the colour is so vibrant. I'm so shocked at like how well it turns up on camera. It's great. It's great. And it's fleece lined. Love it. Abu Dhabi. How do you say it? I mean, yeah, I don't know. Because I've only really heard people say Abu Dhabi in commercials. All right. So I've got 7 shells. I need to delete the middle one. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm also going to capture the index, because I don't want to be changing, as I like separate these out, I don't want to be changing the indexes that I have to think about. I want them to be like, okay, this one's always going to be number 2, even if I've deleted number 1. Abu Dhabi, really? Is that like a Z or a J sound? Like Abu Dhabi or Abu Dhabi? Alright, so we're going to be capturing the integers. Just using this index. It's fine. I can now delete an index. So geometry, delete geometry, instance. I'm going to be using a compare node, set to integer, and just when this equals. Oh, also, pet peeve. I use the equals compare a lot, and it's very useful because it has the epsilon, which basically means that you have a range from like min to max. But the equal integer has no epsilon, which means it's just this one that you have, right? So annoying. Make sure you're capturing instances as well. There we go. And I'm going to be deleting number 3 because we have 0, 1, 2. That's our first 3 shells. And then I want to delete 3 and keep 4, 5, 6. Because I'm using my captured attribute before I've deleted any. This is always going to be those numbers. And then, oh, BaggerPie. Yes, I was supposed to do a video on BaggerPie's add-on because it's been updated. Man, I'm so behind. So behind on everything. I need to... I've got Scatter 5 and I've got the new Island Read, if that's how you pronounce it, Forest Grasswold pack, which is amazing. So I'm going to do a video which is how to use both of those things together, because you have to like mark stuff as assets and then move it in. Jesse, how's it going, man? So yeah, I need to just make a few videos basically on how to use the new add-ons that are available, because a bunch of stuff got released over Christmas. Right, I'm going to be separating these out, subdividing the inner ones more than the outer ones, and that's going to give us the variation, because right now we have all of these as the same. We also need to randomize the rotation, but we'll do that in a sec. Hey Syed, how's it going? Alright, separate geometry. Very annoying that we can just make the correct number. This is why we need loops, because if these are not vectorized sockets, like In Sverchok, if you plug multiple numbers into a socket, it will output multiple objects at the other end. Geometry Nodes just doesn't do that. So it'd be very useful to have loops so that we can kind of remedy that workflow. Okay, what I need is an equals node. I'm going to change this to float because I actually need the epsilon here. And we're going to go for where epsilon, the index is equal to 3, which is actually the one that we removed, but with an epsilon of like 1.1, right? So it's going to include 2 and 4. And we need to make sure we're setting this to instance. Oops. And let's get rid of our useless viewer node. Epsilon of 1.1, there we go. So now we have our selection, which is the innermost ones, and our inverted selection, which is the outer 2 shells. Then we're going to use another separate. Going to duplicate up this equals node, plug it in, and this time we're going to go with 2.1. So now we have our outermost shells, our second to inner, and our innermost. All right, going well so far. Let's subdivide these. So let's grab a mesh subdivision surface. The innermost ones want 2 steps. The next inner ones want 1 step. And then the outer ones, we're not going to give any. Then I'm just going to join these together, making sure that we have them in the correct order into our join node, because that's going to affect our indexing. Avner, let me save here. How are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. How are you? Quick question. If you want to make chainmail armor, should you use a shader or geometry nodes? Let's say I have all the time in the world and the best machine to render. How close are you getting? Because, to be honest, shaders are pretty good. for minute detail like that, shaders are probably the way to go, because you can just normal map it, and then you're done. Also, if it's kind of like money no object, then I would recommend making making it and doing it in Marvelous Designer so you can actually sim it properly as a fabric, as a cloth sim. You can subdivide instances without realizing. You can, although I don't know if this is going to be a maintained workflow, because when I did it yesterday I was like, surely that's a bug, right? Like, surely you're not supposed to be able to do all of these subdivisions, extrusions, scaling faces without actually making them not instances. But if I plug this through here, right, so we're getting all of our processing, whatever, right, and we come through, we can see that we have all of these working correctly, but they're still instances, weirdly. If I realize them, then it basically doubles the time it takes for it to process. Look at that. 1.2 milliseconds, 2.9. 8.5 milliseconds there, 26 milliseconds. It's huge. So keep everything as instances for as long as possible. Somebody's asking there for my hardware. Right now I'm using AMD Ryzen 9 3900X, which is basically what is processing geometry nodes. And for my renderer, I'm using the 3080. I mentioned this at the start. If you have dual GPU like I do, then having both of them enabled at render is going to make your renders faster, but it's going to make your viewport rendering slower. So you only actually want to have one GPU enabled for viewport rendering. How can you do those with instances? Who knows? But they're not being realized implicitly. Like I thought, oh, it's broken because it's doing all of this stuff and therefore it must be realizing them. But it's not. Like this is actually just, I mean, look, it's still instances. Even though it's done all of this stuff. Who knows? It's much faster. I'll take it. If you actually need to view the data, that's a real pain in the ass. But c'est la vie. Is what it is, eh? All right. Are you running I'm running a 2070 with a 3080. You can have as many different cards as you want, yeah. Blender just views them as additional compute cores, so it's not like I'm doing NVLink or SLI or whatever it is. Jim, maybe it's applied before the instances. Well, they're made into instances way back here. So instance on points is happening, and they're maintaining instances through subdivision surface, extrude mesh, scale elements, and merge by distance, and a dual mesh. And then it's, you know, like when I come to the end here, I'm going to actually need to use the realize instances because we're going to be using the face area. But it's only here that I actually want to do that, because if I do it any earlier, then I'm going to be making these nodes all like considerably slower to compute. Also, God, let's turn off auto offset. That's annoying. Okay, let's get back to it. Hans is sometimes in the chat, so if Hans is here, maybe he knows why, or maybe somebody should just report that this is happening. I don't know if anybody actually knows this. All right. Anyway, so what we have now is, let's come in a little bit. So we have big one on the outside, slightly smaller, much smaller. It's not ideal because they're just subdivided rather than it actually being different ones at the beginning. Oh, also, Julia said about using Kolupski's loop node. It does have an add-on, so if you do want loops in geometry nodes, there is an add-on available. I'm going to try and avoid making geometry nodes too different. Yeah. Oh yeah, frames have timings too. If you want to like know the cumulative sum of a bunch of different times, then just stick it in a frame. Hey Aiden, how's it going? And actually, while we're here, let's also just delete. So after the scale elements, I'm going to delete the top faces. So we've used it to pull in these vertices, and then we're just going to delete them. Delete geometry, faces, top. There we go. And this is still instances. We're deleting geometry of instances. I'm really confused how it's working. Hey, you know you can sell NFTs of your Geo Nodes trees. Yeah, I could do. Like pay people to get them tattooed onto their bodies as well. Like that's the main artwork, is just these ridiculous, oh god, we've really zoomed in, ridiculous node trees. All right, the Louvre roof doesn't look like this because it has rotation. We are going to randomize the rotation. In the case of the Louvre roof, it's not random, but unfortunately we have no way of doing lists, so that's fine. We're just going to randomize the z-axis by up to pi. That'll be fine. We do have this one in the middle, which sees straight through. Not much we can do about that with the geometry nodes workflow. What are your thoughts on Joe Rogan? He has some interesting guests, but generally I think he's a bit of a chump. Can't believe he just upgraded to a 3080. Yeah, I know. It's been a long time since people started getting 3080s, but oh well. Alright, I need to do some stuff over here. Right, so I need to basically find out which ones of my shells are the big ones, and the medium ones, and the small ones, right? So just after my subdivide, before they go into the join, we're going to need to capture a value. That'll come through here, and then we're going to use it to change the scale, right? So we have the scale in here. We're going to be controlling this off a... so let me just work backwards here. We need a switch. Just going to be float switch. Compare with a greater than float. And this is going to go into a face area. All right, so basically what we're doing is we're saying if the face area is greater than some value, which is going to be different per shell, which is what we're about to add, then it's going to switch between true and false. And this is going to give us the controls of scaling. Is there a better way to do this? I mean, if only we had lists, it'd be so much easier. I want to have, no, you have the same headphones, they're good. The Audio Technica M50X, is that what they are? I don't know, the M50s. What does dual mesh do? Dual mesh basically creates a new mesh based on your first mesh, which is made up of the face centers. How is this live? And that's from the thumbnail. Yeah, time is pretty arbitrary when it comes to proceduralism. You know, like all of this non-linear workflow, we just, if you live it, you know. All right, so I could do a different, I'm just trying to think basically if I need, I'm just trying to work out what's going on. What the hell? So because I want to have, so the Louvre roof, right, has all of these fins. I don't know what I'm drawing. It has all of these fins going around, right? And these sections should be the same thickness for each shell. So, because we have different size faces on each shell and different size faces within each shell, I need to get some switches going on. So what I can do is I can just pick yeah. So I've got a switch for my scale, right? So this is going to be the switch between face areas. Is this right? I'm like mega confused what I'm even trying to do at the moment. I literally did it yesterday. I have this all the time on stream where my brain is just like, no. So I need to compare my face areas so that I get a large and a small, and then I'm going to use this to control the sizes. This then needs to be mixed according to which we'll just use, I wish we had some proper mix nodes, but we're just going to use mix RGBs for this. I'm just going to duplicate these. Hope I'm doing this right. So we're going to do this. This is just going to give us a mix array. And then we can basically say, right, for the one which is 0, and the one which is 1, and then the one which is 2. Did anyone else have those colouring books with these patterns? Yes. No, so good. Or like even the ones where it was just like the just dots and you made your own patterns and then colour them in. It's great. All right. Okay. I think I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. We need capture attribute. On here, we're going to be capturing in the capture a boolean in the instance domain. I'm just going to do it on both of these. And we're going to turn these on. So the bottom one has nothing. Top one has something. I plug this in, and I plug this in, and then I plug this in. And we also need to realize them. Okay, if this works, I will explain it. I'm not explaining it until it works, just in case it's actually not what I meant to do. So the first one should be controlling the outer shell. Oh, there we go, it is. And we should be able to control this based on face size, please. Yes, we can. Awesome. So let me make sure this is doing all of our shells. There we go. And now I have a separate control for the inner and the outer for our large shells. And then, so once you've got these, I'm just going to eyeball it. Basically the same. Yeah, that'll do. And then we can go on to the next one. So, okay, let me explain this. Now this should be working. It is awesome. And the bottom one, it is great. Phew. So what I've done is I've literally just said, put a yes here, put a yes here. Anywhere there's no yes, it's just going to be a no, right? If you were to look at the data, it would have a tick everywhere, and then where you haven't assigned a yes, it's basically like opting in. And then we join these all together. And then we go through our poke faces, blah, 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 do all of this, do all of this. And then we're coming to our scale elements. So I need to basically set a different scale. I have two different things which I need to be aware of, right? So each shell has big octagons. Oh my god, how do we draw an octagon? Okay, yeah, that circle's an octagon. And we also have little squares. All right, so each shell has this. And there's 3 pairs of shells. So what we're going to be doing is we need to be splitting between the size of the faces, which is what we're doing here with this face area. I technically only need one of these. There we go. And then we're just making this comparison, basically saying for this first shell, doing this comparison, where is it greater than that? That's going to be the threshold in between our squares and our octagons. This then gives us the switch between the 2 different sizes we want. Tropophobia, yeah. Yeah, no solids yet, Oswin. Yeah, and Indominus, it's not really like, we're doing, this is a different topic. We're working on something else. You're trying to form an opinion? Do you just want my straight opinion? I think it's completely fair. Because, I mean, just look at Phelps. Look at Phelps, man. Okay. Coming down here, we're going to get our next ring of these. In fact, let me make this a bit simpler by just muting the outer ones. There we go. Or do we want to see them? Because I want to make sure that all of our profiles are approximately the same thickness. And I will actually need to bring these in a little bit because our small ones are much smaller. Something like this. What does it mean when you capture the Boolean in the instance domain? Basically, because we're working with instances, each one of these shells is an instance. You can think of it as a different object. That whole instance is having a Boolean yes or no assigned to it, which can later be read. That's what we're using it here. I did mute a line. I'm using Control Alt right click drag to mute a noodle. If you watch my, actually, do you know what? I don't think I added it to my shortcuts video, even though muting noodles is one of the most useful things, and I use it all the time. It's just I forgot so many things in that video. Muted nudes. All right, let's come in here. Let's split up this next one then. All right, I'm gonna make this one big, one small, and then when we do our, okay, I need to get my threshold first, so let's just mute that noodle again. Just means I can only see this one, and then we can come across here basically until we see all of our squares close up, making sure that they're all closed and none of our octagons. Don't worry about the mess at the edge. We're going to clean that up with another boolean later, unfortunately. This looks good to me, so we can now come in here and open these up. Okay, now I'm going to unmute that one again. Make sure that we're approximately matching our thickness. Somewhere like this, and somewhere like that. I think our smallest one is going to be basically shut, which is a bit of a worry for light penetration. Let's go in here and let's do our last one. So I'm going to mute both of these now so that I can actually see my scale going on. I'm going to bring this up. It's only a little bit. This is why we needed to separate these as well, because, you know, very different sizes per shell. Make sure that all of my octagons are still open, even at the edges where they're much smaller. And again, we're going to be cutting off, right? So don't worry too much about those loose edges. All right, now I'm going to bring these back again, or at least I'm going to bring the next shell back, and then we're just going to match the size again. So this one's going to go around about here. And around about there. I know it's basically shut, which is, that's going to be a problem. Let's make them, just for this small one, I'm going to make it a different rule, just so that we get as much light through as possible. It's all about making interesting shadow shapes. We're going to have light bounces in. Yeah. The goal is for the light to come through so that the floor can, it's because it's such a geometric shape, but the idea is that it looks like a tree canopy. The dappled shade is about like tree canopies, but there's more to that as well. It's in Abu Dhabi, and then the pavilions need a lot of light because it's an art gallery, right? So they have glass roofs and they need a lot of light to hit the pavilions. But the walking areas around the promenades, you want those to be under shadow because you have an extremely intense midday sun. So the way that you do this is by varying basically the thickness of these, right? We can change this based on how much light we want to get through in certain areas. I'm just going to do it with a noise texture, which is what you can see in the thumbnail being quite explicit. I'm going to do something like this. Let's bring back our outer shells. And I'm going to do that. All right. Yeah, the capture attribute is the same per shell. That's what's important. So this mix here, this first one, is basically saying like, because remember it's being analyzed over here. I know there's a lot in between, but just ignore that. So we're just pretending that it's going straight. It's basically taking this data and it's saying, on this node, it's looking back and it's saying, right, this mix, we're going to mix between true and false. Oh, do you know what? I could have done this with switches because this is, I'm an idiot. Let's just use a switch instead. All right. False, true, the switch. And actually, let's just plug this through and you'll see that straight away. So basically we're switching between based on the whole shell. The whole shell. That's why it's important that we do it on the instance domain. Let me just save that. And we're going to bring this one across. Plug that into our switch. Plug this into our true. And now you can see that we've got a shape appearing. Now, the real shell has triangles as well, but we don't have all of the mesh operations that you would need. So just for now, we're going to be doing this kind of slightly pared back version. All right. What happens if you want to assign a texture? In fact, I have one which I painted. Here's one I prepared earlier. Let me find it. Is it on my desktop? Yes. Yes, it is. Here's my Louvre roof light map. So we're basically saying, how did I keep the selection noodle? I put a reroute on it. Sneaky little hack. Use reroutes to keep things grabbable. Sorry, I'm just like half keeping an eye on chat. Yeah, so the Louvre roof, I just painted this. It's just a soft brush in Photoshop just to paint this in. And we can use this to multiply against this. But we need to know how big this is because we need to map our UV space correctly. So, how do we do that? Well, very simply, we just need to find out how big this is. It's really easy because you've got booleans, you've got bounding box nodes. I'm going to do it by just with my head because that's fine. Actually, how big is this? Should we just check? I was going to say it's like, oh, it's 5 meters or something, but maybe it's 50. Oh yeah, because these squares are 10 meters. So, okay, it's 100 by 100. So we can basically just scale this image map to go from, I'll just show you. Texture, image texture. Make sure I've got my image map here. If you're wondering why I already have one of these, it's because we do this exercise in my Sverchok course. So link in the description. We need a vector, which is just going to come off the position, and we're going to map range it. So we have a vector map range. Can go like this. And we're going to go from 0 to 50, sorry, minus 50 to positive 50. It's going to be remapped to 0 to 1. And then our image texture will be like, 0 to 1, I'll go there. So there we go. Now we can just multiply this, multiply it in. Multiply, color. There we go. Awesome. You can see how this is affecting it. Nice. Stick a map range on there if you want a bit more control. 0 to 1 can be, I want this to be a little bit more. And maybe we expand these a little bit further as well. The goal is not for it to be super different, but you can see we have some various resolution in there. I can also bring this in a bit more to be more pronounced. Maybe smoother step so we have a softer edge, although it should already be pretty soft. Yeah, you get the idea. We're just mapping a texture. You can map a noise texture or a Musgrave or anything that you want to have the variation that you need. All right, we're going to make this 3D. Excuse me. We're going to make this 3D, but we also need to trim it. And if we trim it, if we make it 3D and then we trim it because we're using booleans, that's just a whole lot more mesh to be getting caught up on, right? So do the boolean with the least possible. Let me close this off. So this is all looking pretty great so far. Something like that's fine. And let's use a mesh boolean. Oh god, when did I last save? Oh, have we joined up? Nice. 8,500 milliseconds. We don't even have a cutter mesh yet. We join this up to a grid. There we go. Now it's down a little bit. We can set these to the lowest poly that we can go for. I only need this to be like 150 by 150 now, but we do need to transform it. So it brings it up into actually being able to cut. We'll be cutting at around about 90 meters up. This is 100, so bring this up 90. It's not really what we want. It's like a lot of rubbish. So let's delete all of our downward facing faces as we did before. Grab these, delete geometry, duplicate them forwards. Okay, there we go, timeout. Let's, actually, do you know what, that's totally fine. I was thinking, because sometimes it does this where it just like, it makes a line in the mesh, but it doesn't actually cut properly. So you can also delete everything which is like below a certain Z height, faces which are below a certain Z height, because this grid is at this height, basically. You know exactly where it's going to go. So what we can do is we can just basically say, I mean, this has worked kind of perfectly. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. All you would have to do is add another delete geometry for points which are like position Z less than, in this case, 90, and that would be fine. All right. Next up, let me just frame this up, call it trim. And then we need to start making it big. All right. Happy little accident. How to copy a set of nodes with the input connections. Control-Shift-D. Control-Shift-D. You sleep a lot with these streams. To be fair, they do go pretty late, and especially for like our European friends, who are especially like, if you're even like Central Time, like sometimes we've been going till 4 or 5 a.m. European Central Time. So I imagine if you're further east, it's like 6, 7 a.m. So my apologies. I won't go too late today. What time is it? Nah, we're fine. We've only been going for like 90 minutes. Not even. Just over an hour. Should you just directly delete people who bring in unnecessary topics? No, I don't think so. I'm not like I don't believe in banning people, personally. Unless somebody is like clearly, blatantly trying to scam people, I believe in just telling people to be quiet. But yeah, I mean, the conversation that they brought up was like totally fine, but the manner that they were bringing it up in was clearly for, it was divisive. So yeah, I don't know. Obviously topics like that which can be sensitive, and you know, you don't know what different people are going through, but then it's like, why bring it up in a way which is clearly trying to be divisive? That's just not helpful for anybody. So yeah, I muted them for 5 minutes. I didn't actually delete them, I just muted them. So what we need to do is we need to now 3Dify our fins. However, there's a couple of things that I want to bring up. Oops, that's not what I meant. It's all behaving very slowly just because we have that boolean now. You missed some drama. No, it was just someone being a bit daft. That's the wrong way. 0.9. Just trying to even these out. That's probably close enough. 1:30 a.m. What? Oh man, you must be a long way away. And this is keeping you awake, only for the moment. Tried to sell Pursdale talk in the chat for $14. You're undercutting me. That's so mean. Oh, do you know what? Somebody showed me something really cool the other day. If you press Control on the left-hand end of a noodle, you can drag it. You can disconnect the left-hand end of a noodle. Mike, if you want to enable node timings, go to your node editor overlays, tick on the timings option, and you will need to be in 3.1 or higher. Yeah, just ban everyone who says Boolean. Yeah, yes, but just do it in a polite way. Just be polite. Oh, also quick notification for you all. If you've had the ETK toolkit thing, the thing through Gumroad, I uploaded the new file yesterday. I messed up in December. I updated it and I fixed loads and loads and loads of the nodes, which all had a broken boolean, like the compare node was the wrong way. And yeah, I forgot to add it to the Gumroad page. But I did put it on the Blender Market page, so if you're on Blender Market, you'll have had it. If you're on Gumroad, you can now have it. So everything now works. How embarrassing. Alright, so let me explain a bit the logic that's about to go. So right now we have a fin made up of 3 vertices, right? Just as a cross section. And then, yeah, please don't ban me. I mean, it's fine, Rex. If it's like a genuine conversation, then I don't know. Feel free to like jump into DMs. I guess like a completely unrelated Blender live stream is probably not the place. I would also recommend against talking about it publicly on Twitter, because I've been people didn't like it when I did that. I don't know, I think it's fine. Different people have different views on it, different cultures, so it's best to just keep things kind of on topic. So for our extrusion, if you extrude something in geometry nodes, yes, I am. The Louvre Abu Dhabi reef. So when we extrude something, I know it's not perfect, I know the pattern's wrong, we don't have the triangles, we just have a clip. We need a clip vertices node, and we don't have one. An off-topic warning, yeah, that would probably be a good thing to use. So when we do an extrusion, what geometry nodes does not do is it does not close off the bottom, right? So what we need to do is we need to do our extrusion, which will give us this, and then we need to add our original one back in. But remember the face normal is going to be pointing up, so we also need to flip it, right? So now we have proper outward facing normals on all of these sides. These are still disconnected geometry, so we then need to merge them. All right, damn, my mouse typing is pretty good, and I'm literally using a mouse. All right, the next thing that we need to do is we need to take our central vertices and we need to push them in the normal direction. And this is going to give us a bit of a fin shape like this. This is obviously exaggerated, but this is what we're going for. So, but we can still talk about Erin's kitchen. Yeah, so what we need to do to be able to just select our inner vertices is before we extrude, we need to capture a boolean which says where those vertices are. And this is really easy because we have an edge neighbors thing. Edge neighbors basically says like how many faces are against our edge, and if the answer is 1, then your edge is a boundary loop. If the answer is 0, then it is a wire. We shouldn't have any wires in this, so I will just do it with a value basically where it equals 1, or maybe I'll do greater than. Anyway, the point is that we need to capture that before we do any of our extrusion. That is the logic that we're going to go through. I'm going to leave the drawing because I think some people like that in the file when we share it afterwards. All right, so first things first, let's capture that middle attribute, capture attribute. I wish I could cache this here so it wouldn't compute every time. What I might do is I'm just going to mute this temporarily. No, that's fine. Trips to Colombia for everyone. I know people in Colombia. I know actually quite a lot of people in Colombia. Well, somebody that I used to work with who was an architect. I think he's now got his part 3 as well, actually, so that's cool. He's like a full architect now. His dad's side of the family was from Colombia, so he would go out there every year for holidays. Just seems like a really interesting country. So, capturing. We've got all of this realized, which is important, because if you don't realize it before, I mean, obviously you couldn't do any of this stuff, but if you didn't realize it, then you wouldn't be able to do the stuff we're about to do either, which is to analyze the edge angles. Am I into character sculpting? I have done a little bit of character sculpting, but I haven't done... I mean, I do like one a year, and I don't rig them. I find rigging very difficult. I used to do a lot of portrait drawing, like 2D. So I have like good foundations and good fundamentals, but my actual hand skill is not very good, and my technical skill with sculpting as well. Like I don't really know the tools, so yeah, generally not really. But I would like to do more. I would also like to do more painting. All right, let's make a boolean. We're going to find our mesh edge neighbors. We're going to compare where this is greater than 1, greater than but not equal to, right? So not the or equal. We're only interested in where it's greater than. This is going to be on the point domain, that's fine. It's a boolean, that's fine. And we can just use this later now, right? So next thing we need to do is actually extrude it. So let's take our extrude mesh node, and we also want to turn off individual, because I don't want it to be individual faces, I want it to be the whole thing. We are only going to go up a very small amount, like that's fine. Basically the size we're going up is the size of the edge of our fin, right? So we're only going up a little bit. And again, I know this isn't perfect, right? The proper way that the Abu Dhabi fins are is like, comes up and then it has a flat bit in the middle and there's like a little dip inside and there's internal structure. I'm just doing a simple kind of almost parallelogram. Hey, Priyanshu, thank you. So, this is fine as is. Next thing we want to do, let me just show you. If I come underneath here, we have no bottom face, but we do have a bottom face here. Or we have a face here, but it needs to be flipped. So grab your mesh flip faces node. It's going to flip your normals. If I view this, we can see we have downward facing normals now. Top is back, downward facing. And then I need to join these together, and then I can use a merge mesh node geometry. I kind of feel like it's pretty arbitrary whether stuff goes into the geometry or the mesh section. Like surely merge by distance is a mesh operation. And if it's to do with which ones work on instances, well, the extrude mesh, the dual mesh, and the subdivision and subdivide, they work on instances. So I don't know what's going on with that. We're going to not merge by such a large distance. We need to make sure that it's less than this extrusion. So I'm just going to go to 0.01. And now we have a fully manifold mesh. All right, going well. Next thing we want to do, merge by distance works on points as well, does it? Yeah, maybe it works on curves. I don't know. Hey, suggest me a good postgrad course in architecture that's much more related to computational design and parametrics. By the way, where did you study? I studied a bachelor's in interior design at Manchester Metropolitan University. It was a good course. I learnt a lot. I don't use any of it, unfortunately, really. I mean, I know like a lot about architecture, and it got me into working with companies like Futurely for my courses. But yeah, I'm not a designer anymore, so c'est la vie. I learnt a lot though, and I got into drawing, so I'm happy that I did it. And where would you go for a good cool. Well, all right. This guy, I've picked up this book so many times now for streams. This guy, Wasim Shabi, he works at Cardiff University doing, I'm pretty sure it's computational architecture. So there's like a course there. You could, I mean, where are you looking at? Like, are you looking at the UK? Because that's totally going to change what I recommend. If you're Sverchok, if you're US based. There's one in is it Bologna in Italy, which is a really good one, has some really great tutors. There's the one that the tissue developer Alessandro Zamparelli, he teaches at one, I believe. There's a couple in London. UCL Bartlett does a computational architecture course. I mean, I don't know, I'm not really like well versed when it comes to architecture courses because I haven't done one, and I'm not an architect. I just like architecture. I think it's an interesting medium. That said, I'm against building. Why am I writing a book? Like, yeah, I don't like, but we have so much greenfield development in the UK and it's so stupid. Can somebody also answer me, if you're in the UK and you know why all of the rules have been made the way they have, why is there such an emphasis on building new homes, which are like starter homes, right? So starting at like 200,000. Why is there such an emphasis? Like, do we need more homes? Do we need that many houses? So the edge neighbors hack, flip and merge is the way to go back street. No, so you don't need this unless you need to capture the non-boundary vertices, which is what I'm doing here. Maybe better isolation? Yeah, I don't know. We have loads of greenfield development in the UK and it's such a shame because we don't produce enough food for the UK. We import so much stuff. People making babies, but do we need more homes? Like, there's so many buildings, so many apartments in cities, and so many houses already which are standing empty. And the developers are making all of these homes, and it's not like, I say starter homes, but that doesn't mean that they're affordable. You know, £200,000, that's like $300,000 for a first home. That's not like easy cash for most people. All right. Yeah, let me get back on track here. So the extrude, flip, join, merge. This is what you want to do if you want a manifold shape like this. You don't need to worry about the capture attribute unless you're going to do what we're about to do, which is to pull things away from the normal direction here. So let's grab geometry set position. We're going to be setting the position based on the normal, so let's just grab that. That's going to basically inflate everything, which is fine. This is all come out by 1 meter. And we can set this attribute here as our selection, because this is basically saying, is this an edge or is it not an edge? Like a boundary loop. And there we go. Set position. That's now saying, do not use the boundary loops, use everything else. I can just grab a vector math node on this normal, set this to scale, set this a little bit less, and now we're starting to get some shape to our fins here. These should be really subtle, really, but you know, it's up to you what you do. Gungeon, hey. So we're trying to make the Abu Dhabi Louvre roof. It's like quite an interesting geometric challenge. We're not doing a perfect job here just because of the tools that we have, but we're able to get quite a lot of control, relatively performant. And what I can do is I can now basically position this on the floor, or not on the floor, basically where it needs to be, about 10 meters up, I think. I'm just going to be using the align mesh by mesh in my toolkit because it's very useful. Stick that here, and I'm going to be using a target, which I'm going to use again a mesh from a node from my toolkit, which is the vertex. So I can basically just say stick this at 10 meters off the ground, aligned to the bottom edge. There we go. This is all of our extrusion and 3Difying. There we go. Get rid of that trim. Oh, unmute that trim, I should say. Market speculation. It is, yeah. Cheaper to restore. I mean, cheaper to build new, especially when you can do new building regs and you can put in solar panels and all of this. But the houses are garbage. They're utter shit. So it's just, you know, a house which was built 300 years ago is still standing because it's built well. And a house that is built like in 2020 is probably, you have no guarantee that you're going to be buying a house that's still going to be standing up in 10 years. It literally might, like, you might need it underpinning, or you might need to redo the roof because it was badly done the first time. Or if it's in a low area, you might have to redo the tanking yourself. Like, there's so many things which are unknown when you buy a new house. So, anyway. It's looking pretty sweet. These edges are not perfect because, you know, that's just how they are, because we wanted to do our 3D after we did the trim just to make it light. 800 milliseconds is not light, but it's still working a bit. Less money to make if you're selling products that last 300 years. This is true. It's like the, I can't remember what it's from, like a guy who's selling ladders, but they're really well made, so he goes out of business because nobody buys new ladders. Yeah. 800 milliseconds would be worth it with the shadows. I agree. What I would like to do is put a cowling, if that's what it's called, on here, basically a ring. Best way to do this with a cone, because cones are great. They're great. How do I find out how small this inner one is? We can't because we don't have nested lists. So that's a shame. We're just going to have to eyeball it. But we can do... Okay, let's just do cone. We're going to be making a flat cone, so depth of 0, because I just want it to be flat. Radius top is going to be the radius of our largest one here, which we are going to bounding box. Imagine a watch that has a Louvre pattern in it. I would be surprised if you cannot get one of those. How do you get the overview? There's an add-on linked in the description, Node Minimap. I recommend it. It's good. It's paid, but it's very useful. What am I looking for? Bounding box. All I want to know is separate XYZ is what my maximum, probably X is. Here we go. Oh. Separate XYZ, here we go. My maximum X can go into my top radius. There we go. Let's not fill it, so no fills. Is this correct? Oh yeah, totally fine. Alright, we obviously need more resolution here. Let's go up to like 250. Well, that's pretty close. Let's maybe add a little bit as well, so let's just stick an add on here. Did that get smaller? How did that happen? Literally, how is this happening? Am I not making this bigger? I'm literally adding numbers to my radius. Oh, it's because I'm using the minimum. I'm an idiot. Let's use the maximum. There we go. Let's bring this down a little bit. Maybe like 0.2 is fine. Just so it's just on the outside here, like just there. And then the other one, I guess this one wants to be quite a bit smaller. I'm not actually sure by how much though. If I press Control 7, then it's going to give you the bottom look. Let's try subtracting 10. That's too much. Maybe 5. Still a little bit too much. Oh, 5 was actually about right. All right. Could you use a curved circle and then curve the mesh? You could do. Yeah. Do you learn geometry nodes by yourself? Yes. Who am I going to learn from? That sounds really arrogant, but like, not many people making content for this. Okay, I'm going to make this a little bit higher res actually. Let's go up to 500. And we'll go up to maybe 10 on the sides. I just want a square pattern, and then we're going to make it into a grid, kind of like wireframe. We're going to do what we've done before, which is not quite poke faces, but pretty close. Don't need to merge, just doing this. There we go. All right, scale can be fairly close to the edge. We then need to delete the faces which are on top here, and then yeah, I mean I learn mostly from Discord, to be honest. Like if I'm could you just open the separate normal group node and explain a bit? Yes. It's the selection normals one, right? Basically, I'm taking the normal vector and I'm comparing it with a dot product against the input vector, which I've normalized as well, just because you want these to compare at even sizes. And then I do have a deviation, which is basically setting like a threshold on this. So two vectors which point in the same direction will have an output of 1. If you have two vectors in the opposite direction, you'll have an output of -1. If you have two vectors which are perpendicular, you'll have an output of 0 from your dot product. So I'm just basically mapping that. That's all I'm doing there. Yeah. All right, delete those middle ones. I'm going to extrude this to give us a little bit of thickness. And let's move this down slightly. About that much. Turn off individual so you don't get the inner faces. And then we need to replace that top face and flip it. So geometry, no, mesh, flip faces. Join these up, join these together. Stick on a weld, which is merge. Yeah, Sverchok has a lot of overlap, kind of logically or thematically, but like technically the workflow is quite different. There we go. Awesome. Now we have manifold. Is it a cowling? Is that what it's called? When did we get an extrude node? A few days ago, this week. I need to move this up so that the top face of this aligns to the bottom of this so that we don't get clipping, right? Because at the moment these are going to clip through at exactly the same place. Ooh, that's quite tall. Maybe I should make it taller. just because we have this weird stuff going on at the edge. Let's grab our extrude node and we'll just make it bigger. There we go, 0.15. That's fine. Cool. Let's add a mesh to the floor. Scale it up. Hide the thing, so it's just a thing. Alright, I'm going to turn off face orientation and wireframe. There we go. Yeah, no bevel nodes. We need a, it would be Gumroad if I'm doing it. I don't like Udemy. They just, their commission is so big. How to build a medieval city with Geo Nodes. I'm excited for like a year or 2 years time when we actually have more complex nodes and more complex logic and loops. Please, loops. Because then we're going to be able to do a lot more stuff. I kind of feel the thing is that I'm a bit sad about with geometry nodes at the moment is that loops would be so useful, and I keep seeing nodes like the accumulate field node, which is an amazingly useful node because we don't have loops, or the duplicate elements node, which is an incredibly useful node because we don't have loops, or you know, we're going to be getting into the physics solvers nodes, and that's going to be super useful. But a physics solver only does physics, whereas a loop node, you can make it do the physics, but you can also make it do everything else. So like I know it needs some like sit down discussion about the design, but we need loops. We need loops so much. It feels like one of these core things which is very useful, and we keep adding, and I know people like Johnny who's made the accumulate field and he's making the duplicate elements. I know he's not like core developer, he's doing this as like community, and huge props to him for putting in so much time while he's got, you know, jobs and stuff. And obviously I don't want to disparage him for making these nodes which are making up for the lack of a loop, but I think I don't really know how I'm out of the loop basically with how the development is going in the direction and stuff, but I just think, you know, I feel like we're adding a lot of small nodes, and we need to like have a bit of a step back and be like, okay, let's stop making this bulky and bloated and just go back to like our first principles. What are we trying to do? How do we do it? Like, what's missing from the core stuff? You know, I don't want it to, I sound really cynical when I'm saying this, but I don't want geometry nodes to basically feel like they need to be putting out loads and loads and loads of nodes and developments and making it look like a lot of development is going on. Like, I would rather have no visible development for 2 or 3 weeks, and then at the end of that have some really important useful nodes come out at the end of it, like loops. And the physics stuff as well, like the physics stuff is going to be incredibly useful, but I feel like it's a bit less useful than loops, which are kind of fundamental, because I mean they're especially fundamental because we don't have vectorized inputs, so nothing else is even doing like an implicit loop, which Sverchok does. So I don't know. What I should do is I should learn how to code so I could help. I can't do it. Too fast to follow on streams. Yeah, I know. It's because I'm playing basically. Streams are where I just play around for an hour for like 6 hours. So yeah, I will be making more courses. I mean, I've got courses coming out real soon. There's a lot of stuff happening. This year's going to be hell. There's going to be so much stuff. And yeah, you can also watch back the streams. I know it's a bit difficult because I do this a lot where I like stop and chat and go off on tangents, but yeah, there we go. All right. What was I about to do? I was going to check the lighting. Shader editor, world, go back to our nodes here. Let's make sure that we're plugging in a sky texture. But I don't want to see it, so I'm going to duplicate my background, join these two together, and I'm going to make sure that my factor is being driven by the camera. Is camera ray. There we go. Switch these around, and now what's happening is we basically have a mask that's switching between two different background shaders, one of which is giving us all of our lighting data. Pancake Master, you're trying to set position points on a grid, but you think the indices are in the wrong order. Is your grid subdivided, or is it just a mesh primitive? Because the mesh primitive should be correct, and the subdivided one will be incorrect. And also, if you're trying to work in one direction and it's going like 1, 4, 9 or whatever, you know, then you'll need to switch the direction, which can be done with some modulo and adding. All right, let me move this up. We're basically interested in what the shadows look like from the zenith position when the sun is midday. I don't actually want to see my canopy, so I'm going to turn off the camera ray visibility. You can see it's now vanished. And okay, so right now we don't have a huge amount of light coming through, which is bad. We want more light. And to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just modify how our image texture is, because this is being multiplied by this, right? So I can control how the image texture is affecting it. I might just generally also need to add a little bit to some of these. You know, the principle of shifting the indices, you just don't know mechanically how to. If you have my toolkit, then you can go into the curves, loft curves. Oh boy, that's slow. And if you come in here and you find, like on the right hand side here, kind of on the right hand side, you'll find this with an index and the divide, floor, multiply, add. These 6 nodes, these are flipping the order. Kelly Johnson, does the Futurely series teach geometry nodes or shader nodes? It teaches Sverchok, which is a third-party add-on for Blender. There we go. You can just just screenshot that, and you'll be good. Oh no, that's so embarrassing. My Italian impression. All right. What's Sverchok about? Sverchok is what's it about? It's I can just show you some Sverchok files. I have to use a different version of Blender because Sverchok is not supported in today's build, unfortunately. Something broke basically in the build. Let's go into Blender Launcher. Got to use one of these experimental ones. This one actually has the tessellate node. This is the tessellate branch. What is Sverchok about? That's such a like... Ah, great, thank you, Darren. Sverchok is a powerful parametric tool for architects, allowing geometry to be programmed visually with nodes. Mesh and geometry programming consists of combining basic elements such as... thanks. So basically, you can generate stuff, right? Here's a box. And I can... Oh, that's behaving really badly. There we go. Yeah, Sverchok is amazing. I love it. And then maybe we want to do like... Okay, I don't have all my nodes, but let's do this with a surface. Let's grab a sphere, surface, evaluate surface. Here we go. There's a surface. I can now go in here and I can grab like a random... Actually, do you know what is cool? It's not just for architecture, no, it's not. Although it's competing, not competing. It's like a parallel to Grasshopper in terms of the workflow. Something that you can do is you can grab the surfaces, you can grab the marching cubes. Looks like I don't have Scikit on here. You should have just 3D things teach geometry nodes since he slows down the process to explain. I do have tutorials, it's just live streams are just for hanging out. But yeah, I mean, look at my tutorials, they're much, much slower. Or look at my courses, I have a geometry nodes course and it's so slow. It's like, it was painful to make that course because it's, when you go from like teaching kind of at the level, like on YouTube, I kind of teach at the level I work at. And then on courses where it's like, this is for a beginner, you have to totally change everything that you say and like the filter that you're putting on everything. It's quite a different workflow. Let's grab a noise vector field. Let's grab a noise scalar field. Maybe I just need to decompose a noise. Yeah. Noise vector field. Decompose, let's just take one of these. Let's grab some bounds. We're just going to use a vector P field just to define an outlying space. A slow errand stream would be 6 to 12 hours. I know, there's so much that I need to talk about today. Like, I wanted to get into playing with the extrude node a little bit more. And does anybody know Diana what's her name? Let me find out. Diana Al-Hadid. So good. Look at these. They're amazing. And just all of her work. Sorry if my internet tanks while I'm looking at this, but her work is amazing. Diana Al-Hadid. Beautiful stuff. Am I going to take part in Punishers? Oh, in yeah, I probably will. Yeah, probably. Clint's challenge is always very cool. No, she didn't. She made it with. It's a physical model. But I wanted to have a play with trying to mess around with doing some stuff like that in. At least like trying, I guess. Too many indices for array, but too indexed. Oh, maybe this doesn't even. Does this still work? The annoying thing is sometimes this stuff does break in Sverchok because it's a third-party add-on and because it's huge. Oh, there we go. Now we've got some. Oh right, yeah, because everything was outside, right? So the value was wrong. I haven't actually checked what the challenge is, so I'm a bit in the dark actually. Hot swap. There we go. So here we go. We have a noise field. Could scale this and then counter scale it, but error, yeah. Let's go to like 5 and we'll just see some of this noise, right? So we're sampling, we're like cube marching. Find a value in your noise field, and if you find that it equals the value you're looking for, make a mesh there. That's what this is doing. So you can do some really cool stuff. Let me check. I mean, I've got that's not good. In here, promo. Maybe they never made it across actually. This one, Futurely SVO1 promo. Plat? Where have I got all of my files? I've been moving files around recently because I got some I got some 12 terabyte hard drives, and it's like, oh god, now I don't know where anything is. There should be some things. Oh yeah, these things. I was messing around with the cube marching, basically. There we go. Did I do that? There we go. Yeah, I will be updating the Geometry Nodes beginner course this summer. There's no point in doing it at the moment while there's still a lot of development going on. You know, because it's not fast to make a course. It's weeks of work. It's weeks of work without doing anything else. So it's not practical to make a course while Blender is changing very quickly. So yeah, I'd recommend I mean, for me, I learn just by doing it. I read the commits, and I'm like, okay, there's a Blender node being added, and then and you can get emailed you can like subscribe to the emails, and then it's and then it's much easier because you literally get emailed each day like, oh, this thing's going to be developed, or this thing's going to be developed. All right, there we go, shadow shapes. It's a little bit simpler because I just turned off the the middle section, but it's just demonstrates. I mean, that's kind of what these that's what these streams are for, is for demonstrating the really like bleeding edge stuff, because there's no what was I going to say? There's no point in me making tutorials about alpha and beta builds of Blender unless I'm sure. I mean, even the hexagon tutorial, which was like right before right just before 3.0 went into beta, which is where like everything freezes. Riaz, you should be able to do links, I would think, as a mod. Should be able to. Oh, Darren, you don't agree? No. I think, but I mean, you have to just brute force it. Hooking up to a more applicable info source, yeah, I guess so. I mean, here's the thing, right? If you're in a studio and someone's like, you need to learn this piece of software by this afternoon so that you can do this job, you're just like, okay, I'll do it. So you do just have to like persevere sometimes until stuff starts making sense. But yeah, no, I agree that it's useful. I don't personally like courses. I don't like taking courses. So I just find that I find it difficult to apply course knowledge to my own projects. And I think the best way to learn is by doing your own projects, because then you run up against hurdles and you'll find like, I can't do this, therefore I need to look it up, or I need to talk to somebody. Like, the most useful thing is jumping on Discord or Twitter and just like saying like, hey, how do I do this one specific thing? And then somebody's going to help you and you'll just add it. Oh right, yeah, paying attention to the cutting edge. Yeah, I was just saying like, if you want to be like up to date with the cutting edge stuff, but like there's no point in making long form content, educational content about the bleeding edge when the bleeding edge changes. And in the case between like 2.93 and 3.0, even the stable changes drastically, you know? So yeah, I don't know. I think the most important thing is just keeping going. You know, like there was very little Sverchok content when I started learning Sverchok. and I just wanted to learn Sverchok because I found Grasshopper difficult, because Grasshopper is in Rhino, which I hate. So yeah, but then you can also watch, once you get to a certain point with learning and understanding the system that you're learning, you can also start integrating other software tutorials. So like, if you get comfortable with geometry nodes, you can start watching Houdini tutorials. You won't be able to do everything, but you can look at them and be like, oh, I kind of get how I might be able to do that in geometry nodes, so I'll try it. And then the process of trying it, you will learn this new workflow, potentially. Or you'll find out that geometry nodes can't do it yet. Either way. When in doubt, learn sub D. It never gets old. That is true. All right. This is basically the Abu Dhabi Louvre roof kind of thing. Basically done. Let's add a material so that it's not blindingly white. Also, you're good, like, when you can follow an Ian Hubert tutorial, because it's so pared back, the amount of detail that he actually shares. He tells you the important bits, but you need to know everything else. So if you can follow an Ian Hubert tutorial, you're doing good. Now make the whole museum. The whole museum is just like a few cubes. It's not even that difficult. But it would be manually positioned, so that would be a pain. Metallic, I guess. Maybe darker. Cool. Looks pretty swanky. Wow, this shadow catcher is like blisteringly white as well. Oh, with the artworks? Yeah, that's not going to happen. Alright. Looking okay. I think this passes. It's not perfect, but it does okay. I can hear my GPU fans are going nuts at the moment. This is the problem with dual GPU, is they can't breathe. I need to find a way to make them breathe. Let me have a look at my temperatures. I bet we're bouncing off like 70, 80, 90 degrees now. I bet it's above 80. I'd be very surprised if it's not. Hardware info. More fans. It might be that there's not don't show, don't monitor. It might be that there's not enough fans anyway. How are we doing in here? Oh, that's not even that bad. 75 degrees. I'll take it. I was playing Monster Hunter the other day, and it basically, it was like killing my computer. Like 90 to 95 degrees. You should start running into instability around 110. So at least for these like XC3 EVGA ones. OnlyFans, yeah. One could always take the door off. No, I specifically got a sound insulated case. I'm like desperate to not make it loud. Large industrial fans, yeah. Huh. Raphael. Would geometry nodes work having a bit of trouble simulating a pneumatic body armour? 18 interlinking bending dovetail pistons to make a hollow universal joint. I would recommend, if you really actually have to make that you don't use geometry nodes. You just model it and you rig it manually. It'd be a horrible job, but it would work. Alright, I'll make sure this file is available on Patreon afterwards. Let's have a bit of a play with just some more like speculative architecture messing around. Just desperately blow on it until it cools down. I could, I've got Afterburner, so I could like clock up my fan speed. Pancakes. You're going for a small form factor PC case with a 3080? No, don't do that. You need as much cooling as possible. You can rig each one, but you'd have to re-weight paint every time it moves? Oh, right, because it's pneumatic. I reckon you rig the pistons and then you cloth sim with inflation and collision the pneumatics. Have a big turbo button to max out all your fans. Do you know what? I have a Stream Deck and I reckon I could probably actually get that going, probably with Afterburner. Small form factor people do 3080s all the time. This is true, but they probably also aren't 3D artists. Like, people who get 3080s most of the time are just like playing a few games and they're never really pushing it to 100%. And then, Della saying replacing thermal pads. I mean, knowing my luck, I would actually kill the GPU because I broke my motherboard and I had to get a new one. But that is an option, I guess. Alright, you saw Rhino. Yeah, you did. Rhino 7, I actually bought it, thank you very much, even though you can get like an infinite 90-day license. Foolish. Foolish. Alright, what am I doing here? I think what I want to do is I want a collection. I'm just going to call guides. Now I have no idea what I'm doing, by the way, for this next section. I'm literally just exploring what's going on. So please forgive me if it's garbage. So I'm going to my guides and I'm going to grab my cube. I'm just going to make some things. I've also noted that cavity, I don't know if you can see that, but the cavity, I think it's the world one. So screen doesn't change, but if you set it to world, it's like, it just flickers all the time when you change stuff. Got a report bug, it's very annoying. Anyway, can you post pictures to YouTube chat? No, you can't. Unfortunately, YouTube chat is not very good. Right, I'm just going to be messing around with this, and I'm kind of, what I'm thinking here is like, the control that I want is to have basically shapes that I can move around in 3D and have geometry nodes build some kind of like crazy speculative architecture. I say speculative architecture really, really loosely, and I'm also saying architecture really, really loosely. I'll put a person in it and then we can pretend it's an architectural thing. That's what most people do on Instagram. They make garbage and then they put a person in it and they pretend it's architecture. That's what we're going to do. It's just going to be basically some rubbish that we are just trying to make it look cool. Yeah, you could drop it in Discord. From Mixamo. I hate it when you see people with the exact same animations as well. There's one woman who's I've got her model as well, and she's got this animation where she's kind of just like just doing that. And it's so, you can see it in so many students' work because they're like, oh, this is a free person model. I don't have to pay for my people. People can be really expensive. You can easily spend like $400 or $500 on a set of people. So, put 3 notches in it and call it an ashtray. I literally have no idea what I'm doing. Let me maybe make some columns as well. I always think like before these streams, oh, I should plan. And then it actually comes to the day. And it's like, oh, never have time to do this. Let me just grab these. Something like that is probably fine. Cool, that'll do. There'll be more going on. Stuff will be happening. Maybe I'll make some stairs. Don't worry, I'm basically starting over. I mean, we've just started like a new file. It might not work. What we did do before was this. We made this kind of cool Louvre roof. Go to rendered view. Which is nice because it has like different shadow density underneath. And yeah, it's just a pretty cool project. What I'm doing now is just messing around basically. Yeah, seeing where it goes. I might like do this for an hour and then call it quits and go and get some dinner. Or if it's going well, then it'll be for like the next 15 hours. Okay. So that's my guides collection, which I can hide. And this is all of it as a collection info. Make it 16 and we have a deal. You will literally go to bed. It's not like during November as well, especially as well. Because I was doing this like every single day. People were literally like going to bed and then getting up and continuing watching the stream that was still going on. It's like kind of embarrassing that I would go for that long. Alright, so I kind of want to be inspired by some of these shapes. Maybe I should save these and have a mood board. So, Pinterest as well. Fucking love Pinterest. These kind of like more organic shell kind of shapes. This one's another Diana Al Hadid. Just really beautiful. It kind of looks like mycelium. Mycelium? Where you like grow your mushroom roots through stuff. But yeah, very cool structures she makes. Here's, oh, do you know what? Here's another one. Another one of hers. Diana Al Hadid again. Just very cool. Love them. This one's cool. I'm kind of feeling this is like, I mean, we have the accumulate field node, so you could do these kinds of structures and then sort of do a volume to mesh, to remesh. So there's a lot of stuff that you can get in here. I quite like these where you're starting with shapes, defined shapes, and you're starting to grow on the edge of them. That's going to be difficult because we can't loop, of course. So things like doing these extrusions, basically selecting by face size, doing an extrusion by a certain matrix, and then change it. Here's another one. This one's pretty cool. We could probably do some stuff like this because we got curved structures, and then you can make these curves with specific topology, and then you can basically manipulate that topology through extrusions, poking like we did before, converting it into a curve and then back into a mesh with another profile. So lots of stuff can go on here. I really like some of these stuff, actually. It's really nice. You can see there's like ribbing in between some of these. It's definitely be easier with Sverchok, but it will be faster with geometry nodes. So we can just have a play, basically try and like work out some workflows and then maybe try and get it to do something. This is cool. This is 2D, I think. Very like flowing root forms. and this is just super easy. So this is like basically pushing stuff with cell positions. I say it's super easy, I'm not actually sure if it is. Let's just try. Let's grab a grid. And let's grab some wireframe. And we'll make this a bit bigger, 5 meters. Are those actual sculptures or digital? They were all, oh, they weren't all actual sculptures. This one was digital, the rest of them were real, physical sculptures. Let's go for 100 by 100. Let's try and move these. This might take a few loops, manual loops, because we don't have loops. What we're going to do is we're going to take Voronoi, texture, Voronoi. The position output from this will tell us the cell positions. And the position, if we subtract this position from our position, then we will get a thing centered on each one. It's easier to show it with shaders, but you will get a kind of a coordinate space which is centered 0, 0 in the middle of each one of your Voronoi cells. I think a lot of those sculptures are going to be like ZBrush and then Houdini. That's the general workflow. But yeah. If I plug this into the offset, what do we get? That goes pretty crazy. So if we scale this down a bit. Oh, sorry, I need that to be subtract. There we go. Now you can see that things are basically pushing out towards the outside. If I set this to smooth, is that going to look a bit better? Kind of does. But we're still kind of clipping. So what we can do is the rooftop architecture walk. Do you mean the bridge? The one which is like an old overpass? If I just grab all of these and I group them, and then I loop it, and then I loop it, and I loop it. This is why we need loops, right? Because this is stupid. So that's pretty cool. I like that. Your bevel curve does stuff like this with the extrude and dual mesh. Yeah. That is kind of what I'm thinking. Basically curves, beveled, lofted, processed, and then back to burning things. No worries. See, what does this look like without any wireframe? I don't know, there's just something kind of nice about the way you get this flowing shape. And obviously this is all inside a node group, which means that we can do things like messing around with our W's. This is extremely slow because we're using a smooth F1, probably foolish. But look at that mess if you don't. Nice. I like it, but this is not fast. This is taking 3 seconds to process. It's not really good enough. Metropole Parasol, yes. I've actually modelled that in Sverchok because you can cube march it really easily. In fact, let's see if I've got the file. Oh, it won't open in this version. Well, you'll just have to take my word for it. You can do waffle structures in Sverchok as well. Scale of 1 for the noise. Did I solve my transform values problem? Which was that? With the transform values being too small. What's the difference between F1, F2, smooth F1? F1 is the distance between the closest points. Oh, it literally says, computes the distance between the closest points as well as the position and color. All right, F2 computes the distance to the second closest points as well as position and color. Smooth F1, the smoothed version of F1, is a weighted sum of neighbor Voronoi cells. There you go. Cool. Scale of 1. Come on. No, I didn't. My decision was to basically work bigger, and that's worked fine. Because, yeah, it's just not really possible to work consistently on that super small scale with the sliders, because they just don't like it. You know, if you're working in thousandths all the time, it's just not really, not really working. Okay. Have you found, actually, were you bringing that up because you found a way to fix it? So I'd be interested. Right, what do we want to do? I kind of want to generate points. I feel like just generating points on stuff and then manipulating stuff on those points. You know, like if you have upward facing points, then maybe they get replaced with a plane, and maybe if you have vertical points, then we're going to start manipulating these into curves. It'd be really useful if we had loops, because I want to select certain numbers of curves and then, but maybe we can group them. Excuse me. Kyra, no worries. We're literally just starting again. I'm starting like an exploration period now, so there's no guarantee that we're going to end up with anything good. Excuse me. Let's summon the curves. Let's start with distribute points on faces. I'm going to need to realize instances because we can see we have different scales on here. There we go. Is there a checker node? There is. And I need to separate these based on normal. So geometry, separate geometry. I'm just going to be using surface normals. Actually, do you know what? We're not just going to be using surface normals. All the upside down faces as well. I want to be facing. Hang on. So what I'm going to do, because I want up and down to basically be considered the same, I'm going to absolute. And then I'm going to dot product against up 0, 0, 1. And then I'm going to separate out with a compare everything which is 0 with some epsilon. All right. So now we can see we basically have, I can make this higher or lower. Cool. That's about as low as it gets. So everything which is not facing up or down, this is what we have now. Which is also the sides. That's not going to be a problem. That should be fine. What I would like to do is I would like to pick random groups. I would like to group these randomly. Is that possible? Not without a loop. I would like to basically take this list of points, separate it into lists with length 5 or 6, and then create a curve for each one of those groups, basically. Never mind. What we're going to do, therefore, is just go points to Bezier. It's pretty close. And we can now go in and basically break it up. know the distance between sequential points. So geometry based on normal direction, exactly. If 2 points are too far away from each other, I want to not create a curve there. In fact, the best way for me to do this is actually just to do this based on length. So we're going to do an attribute statistic. I know this is like already a really heavy process that you have to really know geometry nodes to be able to do. Yeah, frustrating. Don't say loops or bevels. Yeah, or maybe bevels actually. You know, loops are cool, but maybe bevels. I should like get up a bottle of whiskey or something. Okay. I need to make a line which has the same number of points as we have indices, or as we have points, right? So grab my index, max index, add 1, because we want the count, not the final index. Indices start at 0. Control H to just collapse that. And then we're going to use this into a line node. All right, now we have a line mesh. Doesn't matter about the offset. It's going to completely ignore the positions. And then what we want to do is transfer the positions, right? So is my keyboard not working again? Do you know what? I'm worried that my keyboard is out of battery. It's been a little, it's been quite difficult over the last few days. Position, set position. And we need to transfer the locations from these points. So let's transfer attribute. It's going to be a vector because it's position. And we're going to go by index, enter the position, boom, perfect. Now we need to know where the 2 different vertices are at each end of an edge, and if those vertices are too far away from each other, to delete the edge. I'm wondering actually if you can use the edge vertices. Is this going to output fields? That's good. Alright, I think actually we can probably do this. So let's say geometry, delete geometry, deleting edges. I'm hoping this is on the edge domain. We will find out. And then we're going to use the distance node, which is vector math distance. Join these in, 0.1, 0.2. This basically tells us the length of an edge. Wait, we don't have that, do we? No, we don't. Okay, so this is the length of an edge. We can now compare where this is greater than some value and delete them. So only the long ones get deleted. Keep all the short ones. Something like that is fine. You should do a course on how to create a King's Landing from Game of Thrones. Talking of King's Landing, I mean, this isn't actually King's Landing. Sketching with Blender just released a video today, I think, or maybe this week, about where is it? I shared it on Discord in inspirational content. Recreating Minas Tirith from Lord of the Rings. Like, I mean, this guy's crazy, right? I think we all know that already. If you've seen any of his content, it is incredible. So he's basically remaking Minas Tirith. I'm just going to share this in the chat. You can have it. Hey Lorenzo, how's it going? And yeah, it's just insane to watch his process, and then like all of the texturing, and then you get to the end and it's like, this is Minas Tirith. Like, how did he do that? Crazy. So if you're looking for some inspiration, sketching in Blender He's basically the only person you need to subscribe to. Oh look, there's a tutorial or a live stream by me. Alright. Let's grab these curves and we're just going to make them flow a little bit better. The ones in... Which one is it? In here, these are really flowy. I feel like maybe at different points we can randomize the positions more. And we can also generate more points, right? We can come back, way back, and just generate a bunch more. I've seen season 1 to 5, but I thought Game of Thrones is rubbish. It's not worth it, don't even bother. The last few seasons are absolute trash, from what I've heard. And they're like not even consistent with the characters. They're just terrible TV. Basically, very, very high budget. Okay, let's just make these into curves and see what happens. So we're going to go mesh to curve here, and we can go curve set handle type. Wait, we need to set the spline type first because it needs to be a Bezier, not a... Pardon me, not a polycurve. And then we need to set the handle type. Something like this. It looks like it's been made out of paper clips now. This isn't very useful. Okay, we'll go with auto. I would like to shuffle this a little bit better. Oh, I was supposed to remake that on those shuffle nodes. Spool has a shuffle node which works correctly, and I want it. I need it. I'm just going to use mine, which still has data loss. Oh, that's not good. What am I doing here? It's not shuffling the points, we're shuffling the positions of the points. Geometry, field. There we go. Damn, we are losing a lot. Everything's paper clips all of a sudden. That goes to 1. This goes to... It's too random. It's too random. It's difficult to make stuff without loops. Everything that I do, like in my head, it's like, oh, you could just do this if you're able to loop procedures, because that's just how you work. Like, it's the logical way of working. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this shuffle because we don't want it. And let's just keep it a bit shorter. This is not perfect, but it'll do. Yeah, I gotta play the drinking game. Go to mesh so that we can get some interesting stuff going on. Let's use just something simple like let's maybe use a star. And then I wonder if we like triangulate but then poke but then dual mesh. It's just a game of like mixing triangulate, poke, dual mesh and inset. And when we eventually get them clip and Felk, you're here. You make loops, please. I just need, like, even if it's just like a proof of concept prototype, we need this conversation to be happening. I don't know. I mean, maybe it already is happening. just need it. I mean, you could. I mean, even just like doing the loops inside, but it's just a pain, you know. Like I need this like parallelization of data, parallelization. Oh, this might come out terrible. I really need like a week of R&D to actually come up with a process that's going to work here. Let's see what happens if we... Let's just start off with a dual mesh, see what happens. Not anything useful. Wow, our stars became circles. Then we're going to grab triangulate. Ooh, that's a bit more interesting. Maybe let's try a extrude and then scale. Scale the tops to 0, offset 0, and merge by distance. There is an add-on for loops, yeah. I just don't want to succumb to using add-ons that modify Blender, especially when I'm trying to. Oh, there goes Blender. Oh no, it's all good. We clearly saved really recently. What is the point in Blender doing 2-minute autosaves when it doesn't ever do an autosave? So frustrating. Look at this timer, 2 minutes, autosave turned on. I swear Blender has not autosaved for me in like a year. Well, that's not good. All right. Okay. It's all right. It's character building. It's character building. When Blender crashes and then loses everything, just, you know, it just reminds you to save, that's all. Okay. Yeah, I know. For some people, autosave works all the time. Apparently it's because of the screencast add-on. Are you serious? Damn. I mean, even if I'm working on my own stuff, I have screencast keys on just because it's part of my like startup file. I need to experiment with that. But not the file that just crashed, yeah. That's why I use PowerSave. Does PowerSave actually give you more autosaves? Or does it just make it easier to save from the UI? Alright, so we've got grids. Let's try the extrude to do the poke. Scale elements to 0. You never save, literally same. Check C temp. There's literally nothing in there. It's where I save like videos and stuff. Yeah, it's what I use for Blender output, but not for just spam Control S. I go through phases of being like just literally everything I do Control S, and then the next time I log in I like won't save for 2 or 3 hours. So we hadn't actually achieved anything other than like probing what could and couldn't be done, I guess. Merge. Let's try and make this work. We're just trying to find a workflow that's going to result in something that's usable. So poke. Load last session does not work for me. Load last session only works for me to load a session which was like complete and then closed. So can I do stuff that would be really hard or undoable in Grasshopper? No. It's just not there. Grasshopper's been around for years and years. So Grasshopper has, you know, all of these tools, all of these plugins. I would recommend, if you can use Grasshopper, and if you have access to Grasshopper, then I would recommend you just to keep using it. Mesh, dual mesh. Alright, so this is where we were last project. Triangulate. That's nasty. But still kind of cool. Have we got pentagonal tiling? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Awesome. We have like pentagonal, septagonal, hybrid tiling. This is nice. Maybe not very useful, but cool nonetheless. Sverchok eats Grasshopper. Unfortunately not. Grasshopper is better than... Not better. Sverchok's better because it's in Blender. Grasshopper's better because it's faster and it has more tools. And yeah. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Right. What I'm looking for now, as much as I like this, whoa. All right. Let's try putting stuff at different angles, different places. Can't you recover the last session? No, it doesn't work. If I recover the last session, I get this, which is not what I want. And my autosaves are like empty, you know. I've got that, which is this. And I've got this, which is the video that I was doing earlier with my Sverchok class, which is kind of cool, but not very useful. I got rid of all of errors. It's because Sverchok isn't enabled in this. See, my thing's empty. It's fine. It's fine. So what happens if we do this with a start? I'm literally just trying to think of something, or trying to find something which is like a kind of a motif or a workflow or something interesting that we can work with. Because you need that really to be able to come up with really anything. Curve to mesh. Nice. Let's maybe have 3. Something like that. Need to resample this curve. So that's the poke, dual mesh, triangulate, dual mesh. I feel like there's maybe a different order. It's kind of annoying that we've only got these 3. Do you know what, I'm actually going to I'm going to group this into a group for poke. Control G. So this can be poke. It'd be great if we had a loop so that we could do like multiple poke iterations, but you know, it's like it's not even funny anymore. I really want poke. Check Discord. Wait, where did you put it on Discord? Is dual mesh doing the same as it does in tissue? Yeah, dual mesh is it's just a thing. It's, you know, in all of the ways, everywhere that you see these, like anywhere you see it says dual mesh, you can, it's just doing the same thing. It's making a new mesh out of the face centers of the input. Interesting. I reckon the easiest way to do that would actually be by cube marching in Sverchok. It's very cool. Could we do it in Blender? Which would be better, loop or caching? I would like a loop more. I think you can do, because you can do stuff and you can just wait for it. Whereas with caching, you don't have to wait anymore, but you still can't do it anymore. So there we go. I like more functionality. How do we cube march like this, right? How do we get this structure in geometry nodes? I think it means cache with a CH. Like storing the data in RAM. You could evaluate fields. Do you know what? Let's just do it in Sverchok. I need to get. Okay, let's go Sverchok. People were asking for Sverchok earlier, so let's go. Temp. Blender launcher. And then experimental. Here we go. Okay, so what I'm thinking, let me just save this in here. How's Windows 11? Bad. I mean, it's not like awful, it's just noticeably worse than Windows 10. Some things I like the centered taskbar. I already had that in Windows 10 because I had a taskbar fixer. Not being able to move the taskbar, like, why can't I put it at the top if I want it at the top? That's really annoying. Why, if I have this open and I right click on something, it's going to give me these settings, right? Like cut, copy, paste, delete, whatever. And then I can right click at the bottom, but then it's going to give me those icons at the bottom. So it changes the order of your menus depending on the context in which you're clicking, which is really annoying. And also, if you want the full menu, you have to go to more options. There's like specifically the right click menu, which you use all the time, is so much worse in Windows 11. Yeah, you can't roll back, not unless you completely do a fresh install. You can reinstate the right click menu with a registry tweak. Yeah, you can do. But oh god, what a faff. Riaz, can you trim this part of the stream and put it separately too? I don't think so. What I can do is I can timestamp it. What we 250? So I can just timestamp it 250. To be Sverchok. Alright. Now, good thing about Sverchok is it is agnostic to your objects. It's just a node tree that generates things which is just really nice. Some things are a bit difficult to use. Do you know what? Let's make sure that we've got all of our nodes as well. So let's go into our add-ons, Sverchok. This will be downloading, so it might just dip the internet a little bit. See you later, quackers. Oh, 3 AM, unlucky. Here we go. All right, so that's SciPy. Let's get GeoDL. There we go. Let's get Psycha image as well for the marching cubes. Come on. There we go. All right, now we can just restart Blender. And it should, in theory, have those modules. We just go into here. Yeah, nice. Now we have a whole bunch more. We just need to load the icons for them. Great. All right. So the core thing that we're going for here is going to be our. If it has pip and SciPy, can we do data viz with it? In what sense? I mean, you can visualize data in lots of ways. Can a texture's alpha map affect the instance points? In geometry nodes, yeah. You just use the alpha channel instead. Okay, we're going to be using noise. We are going to be using vector p field for our bounding box. You see it's a bit chuggy. It's actually just until it's loaded all of the icons. It just takes a sec. There we go. Okay. I need an add-on which autosaves for me. Wait, does PowerSave do that? Is that why people like PowerSave? I thought it was just a UI thing. PowerSave. Saving more accessible. Oh yeah, you do still have to hit the power save button though. Wait, maybe it does autosave. This is what I'm looking at, by the way. Power save. And it's free? Okay. I thought it was a thing by Chet Walters. I didn't realize it was not. Let me put this in the chat. Power save needs so much space that you got rid of it, really. I just want it to autosave. It's fine. I'll leave it off for now. I might look at it later. Okay. Let's just go through here. Don't need all of these. We just need 2 in each. That's fine. Let's also set this to be at the bottom. Align mesh by mesh. That's great. Are you serious? Why aren't you working? Oh, there we go. Me being an idiot. See you later, Darren. Hope you have a good day, man. I'm going to make this a bit taller. Oh, actually, we want to make it a bit bigger. Let's go like tower size. maybe like 5. Let's go 5 meters by 5 meters, maybe 10 meters tall. I'm going to save just so that we're not going like crazy here. The thing is with Sverchok is it's single threaded, it's Python, it's not able to handle large amounts of data very rapidly. We're still going to be trying that, but let's grab a surface. And we are interested in marching cubes. Use the scikit version. There's the bounds. That is the field, although the field needs to be a scalar field, so decompose that field. No attribute. Are you serious? Okay. Looks like we can't use scikit anyway. So I think you can probably see vaguely where we're going with this. We're basically going to create this big wobbly shape. It's kind of homogeneous volumetric thing. We just need to change how we sample it. So this value is going to basically change the sampling distance. And then, ouch, we're going to do a few layers. We're going to change the scale of it, and that's going to be our fundamental structure. And then we can put in a bunch of attractors to basically create those larger voids, which we see in here. You can see the structure coming through. See some pretty interesting joining topology. Seeing a little bit of Voronoi at the bottom. I mean, this might just be a Voronoi, to be honest, that's squished. So we can have a look at maybe just doing this with a Voronoi field instead. And then putting some grid structures in. That might be enough, to be honest. Alright, I'm going to go and grab another cup of tea because I'm out. And then I will be back to continue fresh and restored. So bear with me. Just going to grab a text editor in here. Oops. I have nothing to hold this by now. There we go. Cool. I'll be back in a minute. Good evening. I brought back a carrot. This might be because I need some food. I don't know if this will be like a nice ASMR experience or if it's just going to be really intense. So that definitely redlined my mic, so I'm really sorry if you're wearing headphones. I just love carrots, man. They're so freaking good. Carrots and cucumbers are like my favourite food. Maybe also broccoli. I'm like really into veg. So good. So freaking tasty. I just can't believe how sweet it is. Like, why are kids against veg? It's pure sugar. This is actually quite a woody one, which is why it's probably quite loud. So I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear it. Obviously, I can hear myself munching, but I don't know if that's going back through the microphone. I'm so sorry. I can't remember who it was who used to eat on, like during Blender Royales. Was it Isaac? It was so good. Like, I really love listening to people eat. So he would have like apple that he would dip in peanut butter and just eat it, but like right into his microphone. It was like such a good sound. For boiled carrots, boiled is good. Broccoli and cheese, like together? I have like cauliflower cheese, but I've not had broccoli cheese. It's very loud. I'm sorry, I'll try turning around. I feel like it's probably still quite loud. I love that we're gaining concurrent viewers though. Like people are just here to hear me eat. Yeah, Isaac Gaz. He's not been around for a while actually. He made some interesting videos on like photogrammetry and retargeting Mixamo animations onto photogrammetry. Broccoli and mayo. Oh, there's we've got garlic chili mayo, and it's so good with broccoli. Like I was literally having it with broccoli yesterday. So nice, man. So nice. I'm sorry, this is like such a weird moment in the stream. I didn't want to like stay away for too long because I know people leave leave if the stream's not happening. But then I just really needed some food. It's so good. You know when you see like kids eating and like having a little dance? That's how I feel right now. I can like feel the sugar hitting me. Peanut butter and pickles. I'm shocked, but I'm also interested. Actually, I'm probably going to get roasted for this, but peanut butter, cucumber sandwiches, Kate, if you're here, I've tried to get you to eat them so many times, but like peanut butter and cucumber on toast is the nicest thing. It's so good. Sam's having curry for breakfast. That is a weird time to have curry. Is it actually like 5 p.m. for you though? Are you a night kind of person? This is a very tough cucumber at the thick end. Oh, chat was just vibing. I'm sorry I came back. Didn't mean to interrupt you. never had sweet carrots. Maybe it's just like an American thing. Maybe you're not like picking your carrots early enough. Carrots do contain vitamin A. Gotta get my night vision up. Turning my back is not helping. I'm sorry. It's probably just bouncing off the wall behind me. Okay, we're good. Oh, Powell, you might be allergic to cucumbers in that case. Who was it who said that this crunching sounds like somebody walking across gravel? Because I can't unhear that now. It's like in my head there's like somebody walking around a graveyard. Okay. Talking of blindness, I really do need to go and get my eyes tested. I'm not an eye test for like 5 years. And yeah, it's been a long time. I really need to go and get an eye test. Carrots can be so sweet and juicy. And also, if you grow your own, we don't, unfortunately. Although I'm hoping to anyway soon. But yeah, like when it's fresh, it's so good. Fresh beans as well, like runner beans, straight off the vine. So good, so sweet. We had cucumbers last year. Do you know what? Let me see if I can find a picture of our cucumber haul. Because there was one time when we had so many cucumbers that we couldn't fit anything else in the fridge. It was it's quite an experience. And they were big cucumbers, like big as your forearm. Gotta go back a little bit. It's like last August, I guess, since we last really had them. Oh god, that's years ago. It was just crazy. We only planted like 2 or 3 seeds as well for cucumbers, and they absolutely took over the polytunnel. Like we have, I don't know how big it is, like 20-foot long polytunnel. And then, yeah, it was just, there were so many cucumbers. Here's going to, okay, there we go. So that's just a wheelbarrow full of cucumbers. Literally just like so many cucumbers. And then I've definitely got I've got a picture somewhere of like the fridge. I think me and my siblings had gone on holiday for a week. And then we came back and the fridge was just like, you couldn't move the cucumbers. Maybe I don't have a picture of it. It was so funny. Anyway, we have a lot of cucumbers. So you got to find lots of ways to eat them. It's great. It's great if you like cucumbers, and I really do. Homegrown turnips are crazy good. Really? Damn. Rice, fruits and vegetables. That's my kind of diet. Chicken, ducks and cows. Not so much. I used to eat a lot of meat, but I think I reached like terminal velocity, critical mass of knowledge, and yeah, it was just, I just couldn't keep eating it basically. All right, let's just revisit what's going on. So, I forgot I was not showing my screen. Here we go. So we've got our vector P field. This basically just creates a bounding box for us, a specific size. Oh, you like my painting? Thank you. It's not my painting. I mean, I own it, but it's just I also really like it. See you later. Have a good coffee. So we've got our vector p field. We are aligning it to 0 just to make sure it sits on the floor. And then we are evaluating some noise into this space. I think it would actually be more accurate to use a Voronoi for this. So I'm going to use a Voronoi field instead. Oh, this has a scalar field. Excellent. Oh, but we need vertices, which means that we need to populate the space. Let's go into here, populate the mesh, go vertices and faces. Here we go, join these up. I'm going to be populating the volume of this mesh to generate a bunch of Voronoi sites. Bing, bang, boom. Awesome. It's looking pretty sweet already. The is the trouble of making the food or clearing up afterwards. I mean, I don't like the general idea of like animal husbandry for the sake of killing them to eat them when we don't really need to. And then, I mean, each to their own, but for me as well, like the satisfaction of eating meat from like a purely flavor point of view is, I mean, it's outweighed by my like sense of morality, which is a dangerous thing to get into, and then also my repulsion at cleaning up afterwards, because like it's messy to clean up after you've cooked meat, so it's yeah, it's just pain. It's just pain. Like, there's not really anything that would swing me back to eating meat. Alright, I would need to have points in here, but I need them to be kind of vertical. Let's have a look back at our reference here. It's basically consistent except from in certain areas where we might actually just, you know what, this is like a Voronoi, which is vertically squeezed down, and then it's got a noise taken out of it. I reckon that's what they've done. Geo Nodes and cucumber. So, right, so what we're going to do, we'll have to do a bit of field maths, but that's fine. Matching cubes in here. Let's grab a bunch more points. This is going to get slow because it's Sverchok, it's Python. You good? Oh, it's my fault. That should be in here. There we go. It's a bit better. Maybe also let's change this out for a mesh viewer. Hot swap. There we go. Node combat. Have you heard the cucumber song? It's so good. It's just like some guy rapping about how good cucumbers are. It's really nice. He's actually got loads of music as well, or raps, or maybe that is music. But anyway, he's got loads of raps he's written about cucumber, or not cucumber, like vegetables in general. It's pretty funny niche to be in. You're working on the Aaron node. I'm really excited for when we get hair nodes, just, you know, thinking of the Aaron node, because the amount of stuff that we will be able to do that is not hair, but that we can rely on stuff like grooming, but then it becomes meshes and we can manipulate it further inside this procedural system. I think it's going to be pretty cool. So it checks if you have ETK. That would actually be really funny. Alright, I need to have this. Just trying to find some like decent values. These are obviously not decent. 0.1 seems to be about where it starts. Yeah, if you literally just search cucumber song, you will find it. And that's fine. I'm going to kind of allow this to be broken. I mean, if I set the samples up to 100, it's going to be a lot more filled out. But it's going to be considerably slower. this is why I prefer, if I can, to do stuff with geometry nodes, because it's fast. It's fast compared to, yeah, this is taking 6.5 seconds just to make the marching cubes. And you know, this is before we even go into like the rest of this. And also, if I come in here and I'm like, okay, well, let's actually have a number range. Let's plug a list into here. We're going to be starting, let's do a count. We're going to be starting at 0.05, and then we're going to go up to 0.2 or something. We're going to do this in 4 steps. Just make sure we're saving, plug this in. You know, this could potentially take 20-30 seconds just to compute. What are we going for here? We're interested in making something which is kind of similar to this. It would be nice if we could manipulate our fields a bit more, rather than it just being like Voronoi or noise. It would be nice if we could come in and be like, okay, let's manipulate this texture a little bit better. Here we go, we're about to, there we go. I reckon we'll probably take this across to geometry nodes to continue the meshing, but we do need to do our original cube marching inside Sverchok, because that can actually do it. What are the pros and cons of Sverchok and geometry nodes? Sverchok is slower, but much more functional. Has a completely different workflow because everything is lists instead of fields. So whereas in geometry nodes, a field is kind of symbolic and it gets referenced in the spreadsheet, in Sverchok, you know, if I grab a text viewer and I just plug it in here, then what I have is literally the vertices. It's literally the vertices. There's nothing else. And I can look at the faces and I can see that this is a list of different indices that references those vertices. We're handling lists directly. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're handling lists directly. All right. I would like to make my populate mesh populate. What is cube marching? It basically samples. So right now it's doing 100. Let's set that to 50, so it's a bit faster. So we have basically each one of these samples. It's doing a 50 by 50 by 50 grid. Each one of these points, it's going to sample the input field. At this field, it's going to say, is this like higher or lower than value? And then it's going to be, and if it's close to the value, then it's going to start trying to interpolate the faces. Attributes are lists. Technically, yes, but you cannot process them as a list. You can only reference them. So the fact that it is a list is kind of arbitrary because you can't actually handle that data yourself. You're relying on having nodes that allow you to manipulate it kind of from a distance. Gambitron, you're probably not going to be able to share a link, so you might have to like change how it's formatted to get it to share. Damn, that's a good cup of tea. All right, I need more points vertically. And how are we going to do this? It would be good if we could just sample the edges, like just where it's 0, but if I do that, then it's really not happy. Maybe I'll do that and we'll output just like a high-res version, and then we'll process it in geometry nodes. Okay. It's not even the dimensions, it's just the way that we process them. I mean, you know, like I can grab literally like make a list here, and I can set this to be whatever length I want. Whereas in geometry nodes, your list is being referenced, like it has to be the same length as your geometry. It cannot be a different length because it is reliant on your geometry. There's no way to input lists in geometry nodes. No, I couldn't say give me a list that's 10 steps between 0 and 5, because but it's kind of meaningless. There's no list without geometry. So yeah. Okay. I need more points. Let's make this a little bit higher. Let's go up to 80 maybe. There we go. And I also need to subtract some noise from it. Let's start off with more points. I want like loads more points vertically, but then I want them to be scaled down so that we have like bigger pockets horizontally, rather than these ones which like stop real quick. So what I'm going to do is let's make something which is 3 times taller and then scale it down 3 times. That should do. If I do that, I'm going to grab another vector P field. I could just do this with a cube, but in fact, you know what, let's just do this with a cube. Come on. You can see how slow Sverchok can be when you're doing this stuff. Save, thank you. And yeah, it's just because it's, I mean, mainly because it's processing the cube marching, which is a very slow process. If I get rid of this, maybe let's go down to 10, super low res, but it's much faster. Let's center this on the bottom. Size is going to be 5. Matrix here just to scale it. Scale upwards, let's go up to 3. Populate this mesh. And then I'm going to scale down these. So I'm just going to use a matrix apply. And I'm going to do the inverse of that. So what we can do is, I mean, I could just do a vector drop, which should be the same. Let's just do it this way. It's a bit more visually logical. So we're just going to invert this matrix that we scaled this one up with to scale this one down. Now we've got our points. They should all fit in this space. If I go up to like 60 samples or something like that. Not perfect. Okay, so what's going on here? We have a box, which is nice and tall. That's what we're after. Oh, I'm being stupid. I need to make it so 2 is already there. If we go up 6 times, then it'd be the right height. But we only want to come down 3 times. Come on. Oh, I didn't press enter. Let's grab another matrix. Don't need that invert this time. Let's just plug this in straight. And we'll set this down to 1/3. That doesn't feel very good. I feel like we want it even more extreme here. So let's just do this. And can you do a Voronoi Boolean? You can. I mean, you can just do self-fracture in Sverchok directly, with like a Voronoi on mesh. Yeah. I wonder actually if maybe that would be a good process for this. Maybe you're onto something. Yeah, because we could do a Voronoi fracture as a mesh, but then we can use the mesh as a field from which we subtract a noise. Because at the moment we're doing this weird thing with like the edges missing. So let me just I'm going to cancel this. Going to move it to one side, or maybe I'll just start working somewhere else. So rather than have just like this. This should stop computing, it is. Let's grab a box. Make a box here. We're going to center it on the bottom. Size 5. Height, scale of 2. Could you not use points to volume, volume to mesh to replace marching cubes? Not exactly, because points, you still need to make the points, and you can't easily, without a loop, you can't sample like a 3D field to find out. And I'm talking about fields like, imagine you're sampling noise at each point, and you have like you need to like sample in a bunch of places, and then it's like, okay, well that direction is closer to what I'm going for, so I'll move it over. So it's, yeah, cube marching is like a whole thing. So this is our main shape. Let's just grab populate surface, well, populate mesh, populating the volume. We're then going to do a Voronoi on mesh, vertices, faces, join this up, plug in our sites. Okay, looking good. Timestamp this, please. This one is going to be 3:30. Okay, I will timestamp it. So now you can see we have a Voronoi. Very easy. Go for a little bit higher. Oh wait, 50. There we go. And we could also set this like volume. If you wanted it on the surface, you can do the surface. If you wanted it on the edges, you can do the edges. You can see what's going on there. So I'm just going to go on the in the volume. Do we want it on the volume? Maybe we do want the surface actually, because these pockets are all like to the surface. So maybe we go for the surface. And maybe we also need to have more points vertically. What I'm going to do is I'm going to scale this one. Center is 0. Scale it 5 times in the z-axis. And then I'm going to inverse this scaling on the other side here. And I think it should make it a little bit cleaner. So 0.2 on there. I was kind of expecting that distribution to be a bit more like evenly spaced, but never mind. Maybe let's go for like a higher. Oh right, this will be it. If I go for 20 in the z-axis. Why am I finding this so difficult to make it squish down? Hey, Ocelotti. Ocelotl. Let's maybe we just do the Voronoi and then squeeze that down. So I want it to be a certain size. So let's just make it taller and then squeeze it down. You're working on a bevel node. Good luck. Good luck. Okay, we're going to go to 10. Nice and tall. And then we're going to scale this down. 0.5. There we go. That's kind of what we're after. Squeeze it out. All good. Right. I don't actually want the surface faces. I would like let's join these meshes. And we shall delete faces on the outside. And to do that I need to delete faces which are basically in line with these faces. There we go. All right. So I need to calculate the distance. To calculate, so okay. This is where Sverchok can get a little bit more difficult, right? Because in geometry nodes, I could just take this and I could say like, okay, take the proximity from the faces, delete them if these faces are within a certain distance. In the case of Sverchok, what I think I need to do is actually find all my face centers. Oh yeah, his material visualizer add-on. It's a bit different with, it's just going from shaders to geometry, that's the thing. So you can definitely with the shaders just be like, just display where it equals this. The difficult thing is putting a vertex there. I do think it would need, I mean, I'd love to see it, but I think it would need, loops. Or a specific cube marching node would actually be amazing. But yeah. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to find all of the face centers and I'm going to calculate their distance from this surface mesh, which I will use as an attractor field. Basically just evaluate where the value is equal to 0. Basically means that the face center is on that surface. If the face center is on the surface, then that means that the face exists on the surface of the mesh. And we want to delete it. So, I know that probably didn't make a huge amount of sense, but let's just go through the process. We can use the origins node, which will give us face centers. And we can see that here. Oh wait, faces, there we go. So it's going to give us all of these faces, but it's also going to give us all the internal ones, which we are going to be ignoring. Because we're working in lists, even though these are vertices, they occupy the same space in the list. So when we mask it later, it's not going to be a problem because it will be masking out an index from that list specifically. We're then going to use an attractor field, which is going to be using the mesh faces from our outer guide mesh here. So let's just plug this through like so. It's coming from our original box, which is now being scaled. We need to evaluate scalar fields on here. There we go. The viewer is not going to be doing anything there. We need this as a text viewer. We can see some of these are really small. 1.9 times e, or like times 10 to the minus 7, e to the minus 7, e to the minus 7. So these are like essentially 0. So we'll have to use a logic node, which is going to be less than, right? So logic functions, whenever this is less than some value, this will now be a gate true and false. If I view the output, you can see false, 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 false. Most of these are false. All right. Oh, that was greater than. Let's go for less than. Okay. So then what we want to do is we just want to mask them. So let's grab a list mask node, and we're just masking the data. Cool. That's not working at all. Do we want this level 2? Do we actually want the false ones? Yes, we do. All right. Now we have something. So all we've done is we have masked any face based on its face center that is less than some value. In this case 1, we can actually turn that way down. We're only interested in where it's basically essentially 0, like within some tolerances there because of the rounding errors. But we're pretty much on track here. We have some Voronoi going on. All right, cool. Now, if I was to subdivide this, you would end up with something that did not look so good, because these are technically still separate mesh islands, right? So let's do this. No data passed into socket vertices because it needs edges to be passed through. And there we go. Smoothing set to 1. So yeah, this is actually increasing the scale. Subdivide to quads would probably be a more accurate node to be using here. Now I know not everybody's interested in Sverchok, but there's a lot of stuff that only Sverchok can do compared to geometry nodes at the moment. So I think there's still value in learning Sverchok. Let's increase the smoothness. There we go. There we go. Cool. Set this to 1. A couple of iterations and you'll be able to see that we have individual cells, which is not ideal. It's not what we want. It doesn't matter too much at the moment. We're going to be sampling this mesh. We're not going to use this mesh. We're going to be sampling it as a field, which is essentially what we did here with the attractor field. We're going to be turning this mesh into an attractor field, which is then going to be compared against a noise field. And we're going to do a little bit of field math. It's very simple. Basically subtract one from the other. And that's going to give us our larger voids based on the kind of more flowing noise coming through. And then we can cube march that. So this is not a super fast process. We have 300 milliseconds here. Don't need to do too much of an additional stuff, but yeah, 300 milliseconds, 1000 milliseconds. Actually, we don't need this one. We're not subdividing. We're just going to be using the mesh directly for our field. Okay, and then yeah, we just remove what we want to remove with the noise. Nick. Oh, the preview one that showed the preview of the node result above the node. Come again? Oh, do you mean the preview node, the node preview add-on with shaders, which gives you the little box above the nodes, which is like, this is what this one says. I think he's talking about, I think Gambitron is talking about when Sanctus made an actual like 3D viewport visualizer, which tries to visualize things like textures in 3D space to give them a little bit more of a, to make them make more sense to non-technical people. Like it's, I don't know, I'm so familiar with Voronoi that I can look at it on a plane and I understand what I'm looking at. But, you know, for somebody coming to this new, they're probably not going to be able to make that assertion just based on what they can see there. Raghav, what's the difference between the two subdiv nodes? So the subdiv is no worries. The subdiv itself is doing a number of subdivisions. If you set subdiv to 5, it will be making 5 cuts, and you can get it to smooth as well, but it's different. Also, n-gons and things like that will be left as n-gons. It will only subdivide a quad into a quad. The subdivide to quads node is essentially the subdivide modifier, where it will subdivide everything that it can to quads. Basically, it will subdivide everything to quads. And at the moment, there's a glitch with it, where if you have smoothing set to 0, which is basically a subdivide symbol, it says it can't do it. But if you're using it for smoothing as well, then it's totally fine. Also, subdivide to quads cannot just subdivide edges. If you have a mesh which is just edges, you have to use the subdivide node rather than subdivide to quads. Okay, let me get back into this. What we're doing, we're going to be turning this into an attractor field now, points and faces. It's not really a good way for us to visualize this, although actually cube marching is probably the way. So let's grab our surfaces, marching cubes, scalar field. Going to be using our original. I'm going to delete that first pass. I feel like what we're on to now is a lot better. Is this the box? This is the box. Okay. So these are our bounds. And if I view this, it's going to say scikit image. Okay, so pure Python, too many indices. So that means that the value is wrong. So we want to basically bring this down. So if it says too many indices, then it's basically saying that the value that you are sampling is outside the realm of this, of the bounding box. So when it was a value of 1, it was basically trying to create a mesh that was 1 meter beyond the field. Do node wrangler shortcuts work in Sverchok? Not exactly. They're Sverchok shortcuts, but it's like Control Shift left click to bring up the viewer node. Control left click. There's and that'll bring up the stethoscope. If you ever want to know how a node works, right, you can just click on the node, go to the node tab up here, and then just click on 9. It's going to take you straight through to the documentation page for that node. Sverchok is amazing. Sverchok is great. Sverchok is so good. If you want to know more about the nodes, of which there's like 700, you can find it in here. If you go to the user interface section, and then the shortcuts tab, there we go. You can find a list of the shortcuts for Sverchok. Not too many, but like this, you can see how you can select multiple nodes, and then if you press V, if this actually load up, it's just taking a sec to load this GIF. If you press V, then it's going to automatically connect them together, which is super useful, like connecting multiple nodes simultaneously. Yeah, super useful. Anyway, that's not loading properly. 700. Hey, Quackles, how's it going? Yeah, about 700. I would say, I mean, it passed 666 like last May or something. There's not a huge amount of activity on the development of it at the moment. I think people, come and go. Julia, it doesn't work for you anymore because you're in 3.2, and today it's not working. You will need... I'm working in 3.1. I'm actually working in a build from ages ago. This is a random patch build because that was the only version, that was like the most recent version of 3.1 that I had. Is it easy to transfer from geometry nodes to Sverchok? You can transfer meshes. If you want to transfer attributes, you can transfer an attribute using the set mesh attribute node from Sverchok to geometry nodes. So that should work for you. Wait, you're saying it doesn't work in 3 either, Julia? If you're trying to get it working, then you can hit me up later and we'll bug fix. That sounds like a bit of sounds like an issue. All right, there's a lot of stuff going on in here. Oh, skill-wise? My bad. Let's join these up. Don't need that viewer. All right, so this is basically the mesh, but I want to bring this in even closer, like 0.01. Are we going to get holes? Gonna need to sample it a bit higher. Anyway, let's try. Let's try and get our noise subtracted from it, and that'd be the main thing, I think, because we can still do our like nice blobby meshify using geometry nodes, but yeah, Pancake's saying it's easier to work in Sverchok. I agree. I'm not sure if it's like a technical person mind thing, and maybe geometry nodes is better for like an art mind person thing. But I don't know, I just find like the list management so much more, I can hold that information in my head rather than it being abstracted, which is what is wrong. Not wrong, but what is different about geometry nodes. Anyway, let's get back to this. We need a noise field. One of the hard things about this is getting, because you can't scale noise, really annoying. So if you want to scale it, are we going to scale it? Generally, you have to scale everything else. Why is marching cubes required here? Because we are not actually wanting to use this. Where have I got it? Let me just plug this in here. So this original mesh, we don't want this because it needs to have noise holes coming through it, right? These larger voids, this is like some noise being pulled out, but it's more continuous, you know, like the shapes are more, yeah, bulgy. Oh yeah, dropping a node on a noodle in 3.0 doesn't work. So annoying. Oh, the yucca. Let me bring that up. It is in. Oh wait, it was in there because you had the stream about it the other day, didn't you? So it'll be in the. Where do we do the streams? Oh, collabs. Sorry, bear with. If I scrolled up too much? No. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a picture. But it's, I mean, I have some tutorials on Sverchok as well. So if you're interested in Sverchok, you can find, here it is. Is that going to load? You can find videos on Sverchok, taking it kind of a more basic pace. But this tree, like, freaking hell, look at this thing, man. Now this is generated inside Sverchok, just this tree, right? I'm assuming just the tree. Anyway, the tree's the important part. So it's just like magnificent. If you, jump on the Discord and ask Pancakes like more about the technical of how it's made. But yeah, so like such an intricate workflow. To get foliage looking good is difficult. Like it's really difficult. If you've not like spent much time on foliage, I recommend you spend some time on it. Do share those tutorial links. You can find them in my. I have a playlist for Sverchok, so have a look at the Sverchok playlist. Anyway, let's come back to here. I need to separate out my noise so that I have got a scalar noise field instead of a vector noise field. Could you use two different scale Voronoi? I could. I feel like for this to get the voids, it's gonna. We've got the holes in here, by the way, just because of the resolution of this. I'll turn it up when I'm ready to send it out to geometry nodes. Oops. That's probably also too big. 0.05. 0.1. It's just because it's super low res. Yeah, so I want to remove noise basically from this. It doesn't really matter which way I do it, if it's noise or if it's yeah, it doesn't matter what texture, right, is driving this, or if you're doing it off another, you know, like we could put curve in here and have it not mesh near the curve, but the point is that we're trying to make this mesh based on all of the information that we're passing in. Anyway, need to do some scalar field maths. Let's join these two together. Alright, that's pretty. That's pretty. It's not right, but it's not horrible. Minimum? Is that the one I want? I think the problem is that I need some more control, really. wonder if I can maybe just tweak this noise field. Oh wait, do we use... Maybe I don't want maths. Maybe I want to... Let's do a list join and then... Oh, you've got a write-up on it as well. Amazing. Yeah, so if you're in, if you're on the Discord, which I recommend, jump into resources when it loads. Scooch down to the bottom, and here we have the GitHub page. Oh, nice. This is like a proper write-up. The Yucca. I mean, there's so much stuff in here, right? There's so much stuff. L systems, this is kind of where it began. A lot of pictures. Sorry, my internet's tanking just because of the stream. But you can see he's working on L systems going into Sverchok. Kind of identifying and analyzing what's going on here. And then, yeah, a little bit more discussion about the tree. So definitely have a look at that if you're interested. And I'll drop it in the link in there. I'll drop it in the chat as well. Cool. Let me join these two into, oh, come on. Into this. Oh, so right now you can see we have two things going on. This is because of lists, right? Different levels of lists. This is not something you ever encounter in geometry nodes. In Sverchok, however, it's quite common to be producing multiple things because you're working like in parallel. Gravity Pancake Cow. Hi, how's it going? There's so many people who have pancake in their name. Crazy. Okay. Maximum. Oh, good. Okay, Maximum looks like it's doing a good job here. So we still have our Voronoi, but we're beginning to erode it with the noise. That's what we're doing. And how do we make this better? I think we need to make it smaller so that the noise is relatively bigger, if that makes sense. So let me just grab a couple of scale nodes here. So one way is by using scale. Another way is by using matrix. I'm actually going to use matrices because if I use matrices, then I can invert the matrices. I can also do more stuff, right? A matrix is location, rotation, and scale all together. It's like a transform node. So I can basically just do that, and that's going to be much easier. I have one in here, which now needs a matrix. And then I need another one on my bounding box, so they're the same size. I'll plug that in there as well. And then, just because otherwise everything's going to end up really small, I'm going to also rescale it at the other end. I mean, I could just plug this matrix into my mesh viewer, which is what I'm going to do. So we'll plug this into here, but we need to invert it because it's doing the inverse. So let's go ahead and do that. Matrix math. It sounds really scary when you're talking about stuff like matrix maths, but actually it's pretty straightforward. You don't have to get into actually doing matrix calculations. Anyway, I'm going to grab my scale, and we're just going to make this smaller by like 0.2. There we go. I mean, that's technically a lot better, but maybe a little bit too much. Okay. It's kind of looking cool. I'm enjoying this. This is looking good. What I would do at this point is probably I want to change the scale of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this out. And I'm going to bring this one out. And then I want to get my 10. So I'm basically just trying to change the Z scale of my noise, my Voronoi. Let's create a new one up here. And then I'm also going to just now do this in the opposite direction. So I want to control it. So if it's 10 here, I want to be dividing by 5 here. So let's multiply by 0.5 to begin with. And then I want to do the reciprocal, which is going to be 1 over, I mean, look how good the math node is in Sverchok as well. Look how many functions you have. So good. There should be one which is, I think there's one which is 1 over, oh yeah, 1 over x. That's what we want. Plug that in up here. Okay, that's all looking good. So now I can just change this and it's going to change the compression properly for everything else. I want it to be a bit less, so we're going to go down to maybe like 7. There we go. A little bit more kind of, I like this. This is a bit more kind of spatially consistent, which is pretty sick. Let's maybe, can we make the whole thing taller? No. Oh wait, there's another one up here, isn't there? So let's make sure we're plugging these into both of the scale nodes. Just to make sure, there we go, that we have the full height still. Cool. Let me carry on. Not a fan. Where was the message? An add-on? Yeah, this is Sverchok. It's basically geometry nodes, but it's quite different. It's like not really geometry nodes. If I now want to move this noise around, I can do so on here. I'm actually not going to do that because I really like this void. I think this is like quite a nice architectural feature. Especially if you think about like the street zone, the street environment being able to sort of infringe on the private space of the building. You have that courtyard, you have a shelter for people coming in and out, especially in places like Manchester or like in the UK in general. I always say this, but it's really important to make affordances for covered walkways on the street environment. So cool. Let's just carry on going. This is only taking 2000 milliseconds. Your head hurts. I mean, that is like a comment that I get so commonly on YouTube, is people being like, oh, this is cool, but never in a million years will I understand it. It's like, yes, you will. Just keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. You'll get there. And look at the cool shit you can make as well. Like, just amazing. All right. One thing I do want to do is I want to get rid of floating islands like this. I want everything to be one consistent model, I think. I'm going to, therefore, just analyze areas. Is this what I want to do? Can I just delete loose? Yeah, well, I'll just leave it. I'll leave it. Yeah, create an input node. This is how we made the pers node for the ETK toolkit, because it was just like, oh, just make me something that makes something. And I was like, I got you. That's how that came about. Oh wait, so rather than purging any of this, I'm going to reduce my value down here to like 0.02. So we're really close to those joining walls, right? Everything's going to disappear, but if I increase this up to like 200 and cross my fingers, I wish I'd saved, but that's okay. Will I bury a penny underneath the building? That does seem like the logical thing to do. So it should be basically ruining one of my cores. It's weird that it's like kind of doing it in lots. I don't want to click anything. Saving is for cowards. We've already been bitten for not saving this stream. We'll get there. We'll get there. This might be quite, I'm just gonna mute myself for a sec. I'm gonna have a cookie or like a biscuit. I see somebody requesting eating ASMR. You know the biscuits, like the first ones in the pack, and they're so dry and kind of friable. Love it. All right. Well, the good thing is this kind of technically worked. The bad thing is we've lost a lot of our mesh because we're sampling both of these things at the same value, which is very annoying. What can we do about this? Still got half a cup of tea. I feel very lucky, very blessed. Like tea and biscuits. There's nothing that makes you happier. Alright, now sampling is clearly way too high if it's going to take 116 seconds. 2 minutes, basically. A question of absolutely critical importance. What is it that allows you to drag the output from a node and create a new node at the same time as your mouse toolkit or something else? That's just 3.1. It just does it. Yeah, 2 minute processing time. Python. Single threaded Python. Alright. Let's go back to 50. Because it seems to be sort of exponential. How it the timing, I'm sorry, it probably sounds really horrible at the moment. It's just these digestive biscuits they're a bit claggy. Delicious, but a bit claggy. It's like eating very sweet clay. Which is now all in my beard. Wonderful. Yeah, all Blender Python add-ons are single threaded. I don't know if it's one core or one thread, to be honest. I don't know. But yeah, it's like a Blender thing. It restricts it. I guess it's for security, but damn. That's a really good biscuit. All right. I need to find a way to analyze if I can just subtract values from it. Do you know what? I have no idea if this is going to work. Let's try adding just a scalar. No. Maybe a vector math node. The goal is basically to subtract some value from the math, from the noise node, so that we can basically offset how we're doing our evaluation. I used to love how salty Play-Doh tasted. Yeah, there was a kid at my primary school who used to eat Play-Doh. And also erasers, like rubber erasers. I don't know. Not really my cup of tea. Is that going to do it? No. Alright. I need to do a bit more. I need to do some maths on these fields, but the fields are quite abstract. So I'm not really sure how they work. Let's try. And just, I wonder if I could do this. You didn't eat it, you just licked it. That's probably for the best. I mean, I imagine quite a lot of the salt is from the other kids' hands. So, did you ever have salt dough? We used to make salt dough at home. It's like, and you cook it. It's like a flour and salt, basically. Let's use a scalar coordinate field. Oh, damn. Field formula, but it's asking for data. Come on. Is there no way to do this? Surely there's a way for me to just subtract a little bit of value from this noise field. I love that we're talking about salt dough and Play-Doh and eating erasers, and then Raphael comes in like, yep, my wife made me chocolate cupcakes with toffee centers and choco cherry ice. Also, happy birthday for yesterday. Congrats on reaching your age. They do sound really good cupcakes though. Is your wife a good chef? I feel like I am an adequate cook, but I'm certainly not a chef. I can follow a recipe, but I can't invent a recipe. And what kind of tea do I drink? I drink Assam. Well, okay, I mean it's like Assam, but it's Yorkshire. It's Yorkshire tea. I drink Yorkshire. Everybody has Yorkshire tea. Grey tea. I don't drink Earl Grey or Lady Grey. Alright, let me just use my brain for a sec over here. I'm getting distracted. I just feel like surely using one of the formulas. I don't know if you need to pass in a formula actually. Do you know? I was thinking maybe you had to pass in a field. Let's see if you do. No, you don't. Alright. So let's just do this. Alright, so 1's 2. Let's set this to A, and then we've got an input. One more trip around the sin. Okay, so we're literally just subtracting a value now. We've converted it into a scalar field. If I increase this value, the noise gets bigger. Alright, so okay, we're in business. Let's go down to like 0.01 again. We're going to sample our Voronoi super close, but we're going to be subtracting 0.1 from our noise, so that hopefully the noise, really hope that the noise gets sampled properly. Let's try level of 100. This should take about 6 seconds, I reckon. Maybe not. "14 seconds for that. That was nasty." Alright, 0.02. Looks like we need some offset. I guess the problem is that we're trying to create basically a bubble around a mesh, and as soon as you go to actually be 0, you're trying to generate this bubble that doesn't really exist anymore. It's just so small. Equivalent of a dilate a road. Yeah, well, I should just be able to, I mean, obviously not at the moment, but there should be a way fairly easily for me to come in with, I need more resolution, but I know it's going to be slow. I'm going to make it a bit more wobbly as well. We'll go into geometry nodes and we'll mess with it. It's going to take about 30 seconds. Oh, we've got our first part of the night. Goodbye. Yeah, there should be, like a dilate road, I should be able to basically select by the summation of the face area, and then basically be like, whichever one's biggest, keep this. Should be able to use a component analyzer for that, I believe. Has that worked yet? No. This noise surface doesn't really want to mesh, does it? Oh, killing. Don't worry, I mean, we don't really have a huge amount left to do. I'm basically just going to bring it into geometry nodes. Once I've got it worked out, do something like a volume to mesh. No, points to volume, volume to mesh, to get it all manifold. Stick a bit of noise displacement on it, increasing so that we still have the flat base, but it's going to get a bit more wobbly up top. And then I'll just stick like a wire flood in it to make it look more fun. I don't really understand why it was working so much better before, when we had literally 50 samples. Maybe it's fine now. Maybe we'll just do that. I mean, on the other hand, it is actually creating all of these additional voids, so maybe it's fine. Now, I could spend a long time just kind of wrangling this and trying to make sense out of what's going on. I don't think that will help anybody though, so I'm just going to go in here now. Let's just carry on. I want to wrap this up nicely so Killing Smalls doesn't have to miss anything. Also because I can smell my dinners downstairs. I had somebody asked me the other day, like, Erin, what do you do? How do you make money? How are you able to do the things that you do? And it's like, I live with my mum and dad. I'm like 27 and I'm living at home, which is fine. It's fine. But yeah, that's how I'm able to afford stuff. It's because my overheads are much smaller than they might be. Also, I have no kids. People really underestimate, I don't know why, but how incredibly expensive children are. There we go. All right. I'll just delete these bits. Cool. Is there anything else I want to do with Sverchok? Deleting loose parts. I'm trying to remember how to do that. It's been a while. I want to like find the... I would do it by volume. Can I do it by volume if it's not manifold? Because if I can, that would definitely be the easiest way. Alright, it's 2:30. No worries, man. Have a good night. Hope you sleep well. And check out Sverchok as well. I recommend it. It's good fun. Alright, let's find the volumes here. And we'll have a look at what this is outputting with a text viewer. It's only got one. How can I split this into individual meshes? I'm going to remember basically as soon as I get off stream. Like, oh, you just do that. Is it this one? Hmm. 1, 2, 27, 28. That sounds promising. Doesn't look that good. All right, we're going to ignore that bit. If I remember it, I'll do it in a future stream. But we have our mesh. I'm going to freeze this out. I'm going to unlive this so that Sverchok doesn't compute anything. I'm also going to come up here and turn off the actual node tree itself. Sverchok tree properties. I'm going to turn off P for processing, which basically means it's disabled. You can see at the top of the node tree it says disabled. If you're ever using Sverchok and you're like, stopped working, just check at the top of the node tree. If it says disabled, you might have pressed F6 at some point. All right, we have a mesh. The hard part is coming to an end. Let's go into geometry nodes. Let's also, I'm going to save. And then I'm also going to open the new version of Blender because that build of Blender that I have is from the start of December. So I'm going to work in here. So we don't have Sverchok on here, hence nothing working, but at least that does mean that nothing's going to accidentally update in the background. Let's add a new node tree. I would like to make this a bit more noisy. So we're going to do a noise displace. Displace noise. Maybe I should show you how to do that. This is the thing with like using my tools is I use them and I'm like, maybe I should actually just explain how that works so that people who don't have it can still follow along. Because I really want people to be able to follow these if they're so inclined. Let's go with map range. Gonna center out our noise by subtracting 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. And then we're going to scale this so that we have a bit of different effect. Let's get rid of our detail. Reduce our scale until we have something that looks a little bit more like this. Nice. And then we're going to control our scale by the Z position so the bottom doesn't get displaced. Substance design. I remember when Crisp started learning Substance, and just like the stuff that they were posting was so good. So good. What are we doing here? This is going to be our map range. This is going to come from a separate XYZ. It's going to come from the Z part of it, and this is going to be the position. There we go. So we're basically wanting, going to go for a smoother step. I'm going to go from 1 to 7. Is going to increase the scale kind of like that. Alright, that's going a bit crazy, isn't it? That's not really what I'm after. I will just maybe multiply this to begin with to this order 1. Let's maybe reduce these a little bit. Maybe it was fine without. I want a little bit, maybe just not that much. All right, Gonna come down a little bit. Gonna start at the bottom. No, we're not. Okay, we're gonna go from like 0 to 2 is where it's static. And then I will just make this a little bit wider at the top. Cool, that's fine. You know it's good when you're multiplying by 1. Alright. The main limitation you found so far is that there's so many colours the height map. There's only so many colours that a height map has. Oh, I see what you mean. Can you not do it in 16-bit? Or 32-bit even? Yeah, surely there's a way to increase. Like for industry standard software, I would expect there is like a bit depth. Okay, points to volume. Points to volume, Control S, make sure we're saving. Oh, incidentally, if you use, because I just saved, which means that our geometry nodes, our Sverchok tree has been deleted, it's been lost to the ether. I might just save this. There's going to be 3 files that we upload today to Patreon. There's going to be this one, there's going to be the Abu Dhabi Louvre, and then there's going to be the finished version of this. Let me just save this out as Sverchok Tower. Initial, there we go. Back into Geo Nodes, cool. And now we want to grab our volume to mesh node. This is going to give us our nice topology. At least it should do. Do you know what? Maybe we should just solidify it. And we can do what we did. Oh, right. Do you know what? We don't need to do it because we have an extrude node. Is there a geometry nodes port for the Unreal 5 Omniverse in Blender? Don't know. I haven't actually tried the new Omniverse stuff. I saw it advertised, and actually I saw Markham. If you don't know Markham, go check him out. M-A-R-K-O-M. He's done a video recently on Omniverse. I think it's shaders. I might be wrong about that. Oh wait, mesh, extrude mesh. Not individual, and also not very far. Excuse me, sorry. We're going to flip the faces and join them to our original one. Here we go. And then merge. Merge by distance. There we go, awesome. Next thing we want to do is where it is an edge, and actually where it is close to an edge, I want these to be thinner. I want them to taper down on the edges. This looks like your stomach after you eat Taco Bell. I gotta come to America. Like, Taco Bell is one of those things I'm like, yeah, I should come to America. Not many things, but like, I don't know, I just really want to do like a fast food tour. Right, I'm gonna find all my edges. Excuse me. So I'm after my boundary loops, which I can use my edge neighbors. Compare when this equals or is greater than. Sorry, there must be fast food in the UK. There is, but I mean, even just this hoodie, I've never seen 5XL before, ever. I've never seen it. I bought 5XL because I was like, wow, that's going to be crazy big. We only go up to 2XL, and our fast food is not even that unhealthy, to be honest. Like, I could probably live quite comfortably on McDonald's for a few years before I started seeing the effects. Whereas, like, I don't know, there's just something about American fast food that is like, surely that's like, I don't know. I think I just expect it to be this like amazing, ridiculous thing, and maybe it's not at all. But Okay, let's delete everything except from our edge loops. Equals 1? Does not equal 1. Cool, edge loops galore. Perfect. And I want to delete all faces. Oh no, I want to delete all. Okay. And now I can use this. So this becomes a proximity object. So geometry proximity, here's my target. Or, yeah, no, that's right. This and we want to use it to control how much extrusion happens. I'm just trying to get a taper, basically. Map range to this into the offset. That gets big quick. Oh, do you know what? That's pretty good. So 0 to like 0.2, right, can be really close. And maybe a bit more than 0.2. Oh, sorry, I need that to be edges, that's my fault. Just because there's no faces. So, just want to pull these out a little bit. There we go. Got a little bit of thickness. Give my rim a little bit of thickness, but not much. There we go, something like that's fine. Awesome. We'll remesh it, and then it's a shame we don't have a remesh node yet, but I can just stick in another modifier. Is there not a skin modifier mode? There is. I mean, there's no, not really. There's not like a mesh. There's like the skin node. You couldn't just like generate a 3D mesh without solidify, but then to get the edges narrower, you know. Or maybe we could just subdivide it. Am I being dumb? Often that is the case, just like over complicating. I mean, that's looking pretty smooth. We're going to remesh anyway, because remeshing is good for the mind. Let's make these level. That's pretty good. I'll go smooth shading. I know it's not perfect, but it'll do. And then I want to come in here and I basically want to fill it with wires. I do like this void thing. Food is more than your mortgage. Is that another geometry nodes tree in here? I wonder if everything that we do, it would be good if I could cache it at this point rather than having to calculate everything before. But if I open this one, and I mute that, that makes 0 difference. It's pretty close. And then let's just grab a wire flood node. Pretty good, but not perfect. Kind of want it to only go on to like vertical surfaces. Do I have a control for that? Weirdly not. Sorry, horizontal surfaces. I don't want it on vertical surfaces. Distribute points on faces, but apparently not the vertical ones. So let's grab a input normal. We're going to absolute it so that I can go up and down nice and easy. I'm going to go dot product 0, 0, 1, and then we're just going to compare this. Come on. Nice. Plug this into our selection. And less than 0.5. Oh wait, no, greater than. So I don't want it on these horizontal ones, vertical ones. Yeah, don't want it on the vertical ones, I just want it on the horizontals. I would like to have no height. So we're going with straight lines. This ain't perfect. We could do with some more constraints. I'm not feeling overly motivated to build in a bunch of constraints for this. But I do like that we have this inner void, right? This is nice. Like as a kind of architectural atrium, this intervention in there. Could put something interesting in there. Using ETK points inside mesh, ETK grid, points on. Hold up, what? Gambitron, what? So just the points inside what mesh? Points inside mesh, ETK grid, instance on points, Voronoi texture, points to volume, and then volume to mesh. Yeah, I'm not following. It sounds good though, if it does something similar. Let's increase the density. I would like it to not go sideways, so we're going to go a little bit more vertical. That's pretty good. Oh, in the whip channel. Where is this? In which language is Sverchok written? In Python. Oh, that's pretty. So this is points inside mesh, right? Oh, I see, right. So for your main shape, you've got your points inside the cylinder, and then you're instancing cubes on a grid. Oh, interesting. That is a cool workflow, actually, to do the instances to point. I'm really confused what this instances to points node actually is doing. Like, why is there a position input on it? That's weird. So you're basically generating it. Seeing as you're doing this, you could probably use a set position and a delete. So delete geometry for your points inside, and then set position for your Voronoi texture. This is neat though. Gives you that shape. We're kind of doing the inverse. I mean, what you could actually do is then use your original cylinder to like Boolean off, deleting the outermost faces because of by the proximity, and then you've got these like voids, which is quite nice. And then maybe you could just like solidify and then remesh or something like that. It's pretty close, actually. I think, yeah, the only difference is that I was trying to do the kind of the inverted version. So it's, instead of it being like the blob, it's like the inside. But yeah, and it's how you get rid of the noise texture as well. That's the difficult thing. Without cube marching, I'm not sure how easy it would be. Well, I don't think it would be easy at all to do. Yeah. Anyway, very cool process. I will definitely be investigating that a bit more. Now the cool thing about this wire flood node, because we can set our length in these larger voids, if I set it to like 0.2, then we can remove them from those voids. Only like a couple still manage. Alright, I know this is totally different to our reference, which I've got rid of now, but still, it's been a fun process. Let's maybe set it up with a quick, not a render, but like a white space render. So I'll just grab a plane. Yeah, the cavities. Shading, not visibility. Shadow catcher. Rendered. I'm just going to use a default HDRI here. I feel like the one in there, we could do something that's kind of icy. This looks a lot like the Purse node. It does, although we've got the complexity thanks to Sverchok. Might reduce that density a little bit. The supports, yeah. I do really like it. I mean, even actually without the supports at all, that's like a quite cool structure. I do like it with supports though. Do you know what? Maybe let's just do a grid of glass rods that run through it. So we'll just grab a grid. Instance on points. I need a grid node. This is 5 by 5, so we'll just like that. And we'll just join these up. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Alright, material, set material. Oh, my knees are starting to give out. Standing up for like 5 hours. Gotta keep moving. I need to make 2 materials. I need one for our main structure, which we're going to do based on the thickness of the structure. Do I need to pass anything out from geometry nodes? Like an attribute to basically hold it together. Do you know what? We could do all of this. This is because this is going to be instances. So what I can do is I can actually just do that in here because they won't get remashed anyway. So that'll be fine. Let's join these two together. Delete that. Let's make these as cylinders. That's weird. Have we ended up making this quite small? Oh, right. Because it's... wait, what? It should be 5 by 5, right? But that is definitely 10 by 10. Oh weird, it has a scale of 2. Have I played around with caustics? With the caustics branch, I downloaded it and it did not work for me, unfortunately. 2.5, there we go. Yeah, I'm not really sure what was going on with it. Okay, 2.2. Yeah, I just had loads of problems. I'm not sure. I had a look at debugging it, but I was just ending up with basically it was really slow and it wasn't actually outputting any caustics. I would like to give it another swing though. Alright, so they're starting at the bottom. They are going to be Oh, do you know what else they put in? They put in like this cool grid on top, didn't they? Oh, come on. Go up something like this. Radius of 0.02 maybe? It needs to be quite narrow rods. And we're going to go with a grid of like 10 by 10. But maybe ignoring the central ones. So let's also just add a box mask. I only want to use the outside ones. And this has a scale of maybe 2. .6. Oh, maybe that would be the problem then. I didn't even think to try it with just CPU. That would explain it. Weird though. Let's grab this grid and mesh to curve, curve to mesh. I'll use a profile curve on here with this just a circle. Super low res. Bit narrower. And we're going to align this mesh to the top of this one. And we can go geometry to instances to make sure the remesh ignores it. There we go. Now we've got a grid. Let's join this in. Excuse me. Just before our set material, and we'll make sure this is all made out of glass. Coming in here. There we go. Nice. This has our little support grid now. Got one step further. And we'll just grab some shaders. Gonna use some glass. I want these to be like properly refractive rods so that you actually get like a little bit of interest. And this top one, it's gonna be, I want it to be kind of icy, kind of like that reference that we looked at hours ago. So I'll add a new, let's just make this into a glass shader. There we go, nice and easy. And I don't want the whole thing to be glass. That's weird. That we can assign a material in geometry nodes, but it's not being assigned because of the remesh. That's annoying. Alright, I'll just flip these around. Cool, because the remesh is ignoring the rods. That's good. Final solution to GPU overheating, just take the card out. It works. Don't knock it. Let's add a camera. Let's make sure our camera is at 1.5 meters, even though it doesn't really matter with this sculpture. We can go 90, 0, 25 mil, that's probably about right. We can move this up now. And we can move it back. Maybe we go for a bit of a narrower, taller perspective here. Let's go 1500 wide. All right. Let's make sure that our cursor is in the world origin, and then I'm going to rotate my camera around the cursor until I find a view I like. I do want to see the shadow. I also kind of like this side. Also need to make sure that my visibility on the floor is not showing up in the transmission pass. There we go. Maybe also in the glossy pass. You'd like to see it as a real building. It's very Zaha Hadid, kind of, anyway. It's just spec arc, isn't it? Speculative architecture. Part of me hates speculative architecture because it's not even speculative. There's nobody's saying like the buildings are going to be like this in the future. This answers nothing. I think people just use it as like especially students, like this is very like BA architecture student. Not that I'm knocking it. I mean, if you like this kind of stuff, then absolutely go for it. It'd be a sick jungle gym. Okay, that I can get behind. Make a playground. It is neat, to be fair. It is pretty neat. I think something like this is fine. Obviously, I need... Can you hear my fans? Jesus. That's not good, is it? I definitely need to sort out some additional cooling. McDonald's playroom in the future. $74? That doesn't sound... I mean, it sounds like a lot, but it doesn't sound like a crazy amount. Okay, I'm just going to keep that so that I can actually see what's going on there. Alright, I should probably put some people in the scene to pretend it's architecture, but until then... Hey, Faraday man, how's it going? I need... Of the future means ignores production. It's so strange as well, because like the further forwards we go, the more cost engineering stuff gets. Okay, what I want to do is I want to find something about my rays. I want to make things like more blue where it's thicker. Can I do that? Ray depth. Is that the one I'm after? And then we want to put it to like a translucency shader. Well, that's not useful. The Blender color picture is affected by color management. Also the viewer node. The viewer node changes depending on what you're looking at. Ah, Raphael, no worries man, see you later. Subsurface, yeah, I feel like subsurface is where we're going to go with this. Let's go back to our principled node. Oh, I can feel I've worked my throat today. We're going to go with random warp fixed radius, I think. Turn on a little bit of subsurface scattering. Everybody loves scattering. And that's doing nothing. It's doing nothing at all. It looks kind of neat though. I might just take it. Oh man, my poor PC. Oh boy, we are sitting at 92 degrees on the GPU. I've got to get like an extractor now. Like, god damn it. Let's go to a world shader. Scene world, let's use this properly. Color. It's going to be the sky texture. I'm just going to do the same as we did before, which was 2 of these joined together with a light path node. Set to camera array. Let's go for stats bagged. Stats baguette. I could actually really go for a baguette right now. I'm ready for food. You know, when it just like clicks in your head and you're like, food's coming. Alright, images. Oh, I do not dislike it. Which is pretty rare for me with new, especially parking garages. Derpa Gonzalez, what's making it work so hard? I'm in real-time cycles. And that makes it hard work. This is neat. Is this really a parking garage? I do actually like... There's been a lot more effort put into garage facing paneling facades. I noticed it starting to happen in Manchester. That's not Manchester, but that's pretty similar to what we used to have. Is this all timber as well? Like this? It is. I like it. I dig it. You think it's a stupid design because snow blows in during the winter. To be fair, if it's not appropriate for the location, then it's a bad design. But like visually, I can understand why somebody made this in Revit or SketchUp or something and was like, that's the one. That looks good. But yeah, practically, if it's filling up with snow, it makes sense to get to for it to not be useful. A big staircase for the cars. If you've got a 4x4, it's no problem. Cool. Anyway, nice. I do kind of like it. Let's rotate this sun around and get a little bit of sunrise. Oh, I need to make this not white. Two years ago or so, the first 2 floors. My god, that's actually really not fit for purpose. That's so bad. Kind of funny, but awful. This ray depth thing is not doing what I was hoping. Like I was hoping that we'd be able to get a little bit of like some parts of it being red, basically. That's not so good. Alright. Subsurf off. That sampling is nuts. It's just like straight to 100. Alright. Maybe some metal. I use this one way too much. The copper oxide from Materialic. Did I just summon it? Yes. What are your thoughts on brutalist architecture? I think it's good. Yeah, I mean, it totally depends. Sometimes it's horrible. But sometimes it's done really well and it's very tasteful. I definitely prefer brutalist architecture to this kind of thing. I think this is just, I don't think this is very good. From like a design point of view, this is not even designed. I think that's my problem with so many of these, like, nearly threw my mouse on the floor. With so many of these, like architecture student kind of projects like this, they're not designed. They've just been like, oh, that's cool. And it's like, yeah, but how do people get around? You know, like how are people able to use the space? How's it gonna, what's the life cycle like? How's it gonna be in 10 years? Let's just use this one. Damn, now it's not bright enough. Let's go back to our object. Kango Kuma, yeah. There's we used to have some stools made by him. Not by him personally, but like designed by him. Some Kango Kuma stools, they are really expensive. Maybe the color kind of works. Yeah, form before function. It's a tricky one to fall into. Well, no, it's very easy to fall into, but it's very, yeah, it's bad once you fall into it. RGB color, let's just plug this into both. I know it's not good practice to do this, but yeah, that'll kind of do. Cover the, yeah, greenwash it. That's so like typical as well. It's like, oh yeah, we'll make this incredible skyscraper, and it's so like, oh, all of these like living pods, and it's all about the, you know, like the intersection of humanity and the organic spaces, and you have this little space that's yours, and it's, you know, it's about the beckoning of the womb. You ever hear that one before? Like, oh god, it's just all of this stupid architecture nonsense, which is, it doesn't make sense for a start, and also it's just like pointless waffle to try and justify your own ineptitude at design. That's what it comes down to. Anyway, but yes, I could just cover it with vines, and that would be very appropriate for the design. But I won't this time. Totally envision a future where these types of buildings become common because AI is somehow calculating it for energy preservation. Yeah, and also like, you know, like streetscape and illumination to the pavement is a really big one. Like not building over so that you can maintain the kind of humanity of spaces. Oh, the humanity. Oh, right. I'm kind of done, I think. I hope you've enjoyed today's faffing about. Yeah, all we do is faff. Darren faffs a lot. What we're going to be doing, oh, I had an idea for the next stream and now it's completely gone. Anyway, I kind of enjoyed this, like, Christoph, I kind of enjoyed this, because we've done so much geometry nodes recently, so it's kind of nice to just dip into Sverchok. And I know that not everybody likes Sverchok because it's an add-on for a start, and it's not supported, but it's I guess it's difficult to commit to learning a whole workflow of something which might, like Sawcar. Loads of people learnt Sawcar inside out, and then it was like, gonna stop developing it. So anyway, I think it would be cool to do a little bit more Sverchok because I really like it, and yeah, hopefully that's all right. We can make cool things with Sverchok. Maybe I'll try and do more of like this ridiculous speculative architecture stuff. I can imagine certain art communities following verbatim and then selling the content, which is fine. It's fine. I'm not bitter about that. It would just be cool if they said where they got the ideas. Anyway, hope you've had a good 5 hours. Thank you for tuning in. Some of you have been here for a long time, so thank you. And yeah, all of these files, there'll be 3. So there's the Louvre roof with geometry nodes that will be up. There is the first part of this, which is the Sverchok nodes, and then there is this part of this, which is now saved. There's this part of this final section, which we just basically remeshed with geometry nodes. Solidified it. Did we even need geometry nodes? Well, we made the rods actually, so there we go. Anyway, cool. Don't frame it as architecture, but as plural exploration of abstract geometry. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's what most architecture courses should rebrand as. It's just like, I mean, have a look at Bartlett School. In fact, just before you all run off, let me just show you Bartlett School, because you're going to be like, wow, actually literally anything can be pretending to be architecture. Let's just open Instagram. Bartlett Kiosk, that's what you're after. Bartlett Kiosk. So yeah. When people are like, oh, that's not really architecture, it's like, well, this isn't architecture. It's like spatial design. It has some kind of intentionality and flow. Yeah, can you see that I'm pretty... I know people come out like with all of this stuff and it's useful from a completely paper architect research point of view. It is not really... I mean, I say useful in a very loose sense there. I mean, look at this. Why? I'm sure there's a lot of reasoning behind it, and all of the visuals on here are incredible. So props to the students for doing these things. They're like masters of computational design and computational architecture and gamification of architecture. There's like a whole course on gamification. But I would venture to say that most of this stuff is either unbuildable, like literally physically you couldn't build it, or it shouldn't be built because then somebody has to throw it away. Anyway, cool. Some of this stuff is pretty neat though. Have a good week. I'll see you all later.